Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Welcome back to Moria. We're going to continue our Moria theme here. We got some goblins that we're going to be doing. I've got 6 of them. They're just going to be done like this. And either armored wolf, hopefully. Okay, good, we got sound there. We're just going to do the same deal like we did there. Last night, where the heck is our dragon? We move some of this stuff out of the way because that's going to be in the way. It's gonna be a lot harder getting him underneath here. So there's the dragon from last night. You can see how big he is in relation to the goblins there. So yeah, I'm not sure how many times they'll be able to bring him under that light. Hey there, Blades. Nice to see ya. Ah, man, oh man. So Blades, hopefully everything was fun today. It was a big day in college football, a massive Saturday, right, Armored Wolf? There was just updates fast and furious on that on the Canes. They're up big, they're up, whoa, wait a minute, now they're not up big, and it's that was some craziness going on there. And of course, Horns fan not going to be super happy with the results of today. Hey there, Git, how you doing? So again, sorry that I most likely won't be able to make it tomorrow, especially if things, well, that phase ends at 8. I'm pretty sure if I get home, it would be probably as early, and I think 8 might be the earliest that I get back here, 7:30 or something like that. So yeah, the dogs were barking in Texas, and Texas goes down really hard. That's the we're just gonna call it the Fansville curse. That is the Fansville curse. If you are a college player and you appear on that commercial series, your team is a goner, and your fortunes are well and truly cooked. Thank you so much, Russian Blue. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Blades, Painterly Git, and Russian Blue a follow, which would be all you guys following each other at this point. So Georgia pounded Texas. They went down into Austin with ill intent, clearly, and they kind of made a mockery of Texas down there. So yeah, Bevo is well, he's what's for dinner right now. I'm pretty sure that all the Georgia players are going to go to the nearest steakhouse and have themselves a steak. So Painterly Git, great to see you. I hope that you're doing well. And Blades, great to see it too. Now that was pretty hilarious. Let's get you back in there. So Russian Blue, I hope everything is going fantastic for you. And of course, Blades, Git, Russian Blue. Why don't you guys maybe not post anything right away because we want more eyeballs in here for you, right? Right, Green Fairy. How you doing there, Green Fairy Studios? Now, Green Fairy, did you get a chance to do anything with your carnival stuff, either playing or painting, this weekend? Yeah, I'm still, there's still so many things I can't even locate yet. At least I was able to find a chainsaw that my brother wanted for tomorrow. I even went out to the garage to look for that, and then I thought, well, maybe, you know what? I think that's actually in the living room. So yeah, definitely, there is the curse. It is the curse of the Fansville commercial. You do not want to be a player, especially someone with Heisman aspirations, and be featured on that commercial there. Because if you do, things, well, they might not quite work out the way you hope. So we got one more. Yeah, we got one more here we're going to be doing. Well, that sounds pretty wild there, Green Fairy. Well, hopefully you really like it. So Blades, it's so weird to think that the baseball playoffs are in full swing. That used to be something that I followed pretty closely, but well, we got college football taking precedence because hey, Illinois beats Michigan. Yes, indeed. So Illinois, who knows? They might even crack the top 20. Hey there, Steven. How you doing? Great to see you again there, Steven. Hope that you're having yourself a fine Saturday. We still got ourselves 1 hour left of Saturday here. So thanks again for being here. I know it's late for you. I know it's late for Blades. So appreciate you guys hanging out with me here. We got this family get together thing tomorrow, and I've been trying all day long to get ready for that. Now, Blades, I think I sent you pictures of the cookies, right? I think I sent you. Let me here. Let's see what we got here. No, that would be here perhaps. Well, let's just do this. Let's go with the, not that. Well, okay, that might work. There they are. So there's the latest batch of the cookies, and these new, those things worked really well. Are they ideal? I don't think there's anything that's going to be easy to work with. Were they way better than anything I've tried using before? I think so. I think it's easier getting the stuff in them, and I think it's easier getting the stuff out of them. Hey there, Judge Dredd. Happy Sunday there, Steven. So that was actually the third batch, because remember we used the new mixer to do the dough. New mixer to do the dough. Well, I think Cleveland is eliminated now. I just something flashed on my phone, said something about Yankees in World Series, so I'm thinking that is kaput mode for Cleveland there. Alrighty, but we all know we know who really won the season, right? Right, Blades. That would be your Chicago White Sox there, as they set all new standards for futility, failure, and misery. So that was a fine accomplishment there, one that will go down in the history books. So yeah, we know who's really the big story of this season, right, Blades? So yes, indeed, the best worst team ever. Well, they could have obviously, for whatever reason, they tanked several games at the end there, and they could have been even worse, but sadly they managed to win some. Ah, that's fantastic. Ooh, congratulations there, Judge Dredd. Now, Judge, if you wanted to share any images of that, if you got any images going, and you want to share those, please go ahead. Feel free, like you can do that. So congratulations there, Judge Dredd. Fantastic. So I believe they lost at least 120 games. They might have lost more than 120, but I know they lost at least 120. Let me see. Oh, yeah, sure, they're painfully get. Sorry, I didn't see that. I saw your Blue Jays thing there. That's fun. Judge Dredd, actually, that's kind of like Indigo 2.0. That the Williamsburg pain's great. That is, I gotta say, that's kind of a new fave, Judge Dredd. That's become kind of a new fave. Yeah, that's most unexpected, let me tell you. That is not something that I was expecting. But, I mean, it is Williamsburg, right, Judge Dredd? So, again, congratulations. Everybody say congratulations and kudos to Judge Dredd. Actually, I'm going to move this fan over here 1 second because that is not in the right space. Well, it's not even on. That doesn't help much at all. Also not plugged in, so I guess we're not going to have the fan at all. Okay, so none of that. And that's also falling on the floor. 1 second here. Let me rework this stuff. Hey there, Michael. Nice to see you. Happy Saturday. Let me see. So paint really get. I'm not familiar with what those are. I'm not sure if those are like some push pins or something like that. Here we just trying. There we go. Finally got one out there. So Michael, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead. And of course, I hope that everything is going well painting wise. I wasn't sure if there's any new mega project. I know that you had some new things going on post ReaperCon there. There's my yellow. So yep, sadly the fan is unplugged because I tripped over the cord on the way in here. So no fan in here. Painterly, I suppose so. Well, let's put it this way: there's a lot less need for them because the only bottles that we use that are dropper bottles would be maybe these. But you can send them if you want. They're painterly get. I just they probably won't see a whole lot of use. I have to say. I'm trying to think the last time I actually used a paint container that had a, what would you say, a cloggable top? I guess, yeah, there's an interesting phrase, a cloggable top. I think I'm just going to roll with this right here. Hey there, Heavy T, how you doing? So Heavy T, well, those, they were like a dog with a bone, right, Heavy T? That's good. That is good. Glad that you're able to get some stuff going there, Michael. What about this one? Maybe I don't know. Let me see what this can do here. So yeah, the doggies. That's what you call taking care of business right there, wouldn't you say? That was kind of interesting though. There's been a few weird precedents set this season. You have to say the Washington play with the on purpose too many men on the field. And then there was this game. Apparently, all you have to do is just throw a whole bunch of water bottles on the field, and you get the call changed. So, note to fans: if you want to change the result of a controversial call, just start throwing water bottles on the field, and that'll be enough to change it. I'm sure that made you super happy there, Heavy T. Yeah, that was a little bit like, wait, what? On a non-reviewable play, you chuck some water bottles out on the field. You give the refs time to think, okay, do we need to quell a riot here? Okay, well, let's just change that call. So I was not the only one that thought that was a little unusual then, Heavy T. Okay, that's good. Now we're going to get some of our red down in here. Like you do. Come on, get in there. Because I can't see any other reason for that. Having been in a stadium, and this was just a preseason game where there was almost a situation where maybe the fans were thinking about, shall we say, being included in the action on the field. And remember, this is many years ago, before the kind of security that they have now. This was a long time before they kind of do the security stuff like they have these days. And again, that was just a preseason game. And I was pretty sure that there was going to be mass amounts of pugilistic activities going on all over the place. Let's continue our red down in here. Oh yeah, that definitely needs some down in there. These guys were also a subject of that same video that we did with the Balrog and such. Here's hoping that this stream doesn't have the weird Twitch doesn't get twitchy on us again like last night. That was most irritating. So Michael, anything you want to share in the chat? Again, Git, you want to share some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. Yep, painterly Git. If they're, what would you say, sharp enough to stick in a cork board, that might do it. But yeah, even the acrylics that I'm using, they're the Liquitex and GSW ink bottles. Those are glass, and yeah, they're not quite the same as the miniature paint dropper bottles. Of course, I could use those to sneak up on somebody and poke a hole in their Perline Crimson or their Cobalt Teal Bluish or their Quinacridone Golden Brown and just steal it that way. So there is that. You could use those for an oil paint heist of some kind. Something nefarious for sure. Okay, we're gonna keep rolling here with that Perline Crimson there. Perline Crimmins. Let's keep going. You know what? I'm actually gonna. Where did that go? Well, fine. We'll just use this thing. I think it'll pretty much get the same task done. A little more of our thinner in there. Now, of course, something like that, it could even be, we could even use that in our homemade cruise missiles, where we took the giant sheets of newsprint that we used in our life drawing class, took a few ounces of kneaded eraser, put that in the nose, that secured the pin, also created a whole bunch of weight, and with a 2-foot wingspan, we could get that thing to stick into plaster. And I don't mean like plaster on drywall. I mean like plaster as an old school plaster with the wadding behind it. Yeah, these things more like a siege weapon than a paper airplane. What is happening here? Fine, we'll let the red work its way on that. Let's do this here. More with the Perline Crimson. There's some Perline red in there too. Bingo. So yeah, those might be employed more for self-defense or something like that. Or some kind of preemptive strike on a well-known enemy. More of our, again, that's the Perline Crimson doing its thing here. Last one, last one. Hey there, AD Creations, how you doing? Everybody please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, that is a really snazzy desk. Yeah, I really do like the U-shaped desks and that extra height that you got. I was in the right-hand side of the photo for stationing stuff. That's really nifty. I was tempted to get one like that. There just unfortunately wasn't the room for it in here. Hopefully all goes well. I know, I know we've talked about it a few times that it's not necessarily the easiest task ever, right? Van Dyke Brown. You know, why don't we just split the difference? We'll do both here. We'll get the VDB going and the PG going over here. That's the Payne's Gray. You know what? Also, Berlin Black, because I don't know reasons or raisins. Getting some of our dark in onto our gobos here. Our little dwarf buddy. Boom, there we go. Something on him. More of the Van Dyke Brown. Say on that. So another glorious day in college football sadly comes to an end. Yeah, AD, that is a, I mean, it is a big challenge, right? I mean, I know we're joking about it and stuff here, but man, oh man, that is, and you think you got it all set, and then you find out, well, we need to adjust this. You adjust that. Now you got to adjust this other thing. You adjust that, and it's a whole cascade of adjustments. So again, Green Fairy, I hope that you're doing well. Sorry that the streams have been going on so late here. Again, this is from last night. Oh, maybe I approach it this way. So here's our dragon from last night, and well, you can get an idea of the size of him right there. So this was 3D printed from Diwali, and we painted him up last night. Of course, we have the Balrog from the night before. Big old scary Balrog there. I'm not even gonna really try to bring in the ring race because that to me just sounds like disaster waiting to happen. Things must be messy before they can be neat. Here's the messy. We love the messy. We live for the messy. Thanks, Paint Really Good. Appreciate that. I mean, it would. I can try to get the wraith out here, but holy smokies, he's going to be difficult to sneak underneath that camera. There he is. So again, this is the 7th of 7 Nazgul on Felbies, and he has a bit of an aquatic theme, and we sculpted that water. Actually, that's a video that I will be filming on well, on Sunday into Monday. Yes, because that is supposed to be, well, Armada Mondays, right? And we're going to do the Watcher in the water. That's going to be a nifty little aquatic theme. Blades, ooh, gee whiz, Blades. That was about a, let's see, it's 24 minutes in about. That was about 6 minutes ago. We were on miniature number 48. We also painted a Smaug. Yeah, that's again. It's just there's no no way to get it on camera. But yeah, while Git was talking about the pokey tool, yeah, we just kind of knocked out a Smaug right there. Yeah, I mean, no big deal, right? Not exactly a challenge. Now, again, we will be we now that I have the new decorating tools, we're going to be having some new cookies showing up on the stream. Yeah, I'm going to take a little bet right here that, well, hey, watch where you're pointing that thing. He's like, dude, I'm sculpted this way. It's like that's really not safe, especially for somebody that doesn't have any eyelids. I bet you're not going to sculpt a new one with eyelids, are you? You better not. So yeah, so Heavy T, if you check out, oh gosh, it's an Instagram post from a while ago, but in I think it was Christmas of 2020, we did a cookie decorating stream, and that hype train cookie and that weeping angel, those have survived since the cookie decorating stream. Thanks, AD. I mean, the oils really, 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 really made some short work of that. All right, let me hit this. I think we're... Yeah, look at that pin line wash action. Well, real, true capillary action right there. I think everybody's got their... No, not everybody. Well, now everybody. Okay. Again, that was super difficult right there. Now we need to start getting some lighter. So let's start hitting some of our lighter glowy things, shall we? And again, this is what we're going to be after right here. So yeah, blades. Oh, let me get rid of this too. We don't need that out there. Just going to take up some space. Move all these outs of the way. What have we here? I'm going to use this thing. Nah, let's just use this. Yeah, Blade said, well, definitely. I mean, those are heirloom objects right there. We have to hang on to those, don't we? We absolutely have to hang on to those. Those are part of the history and the lore of the channel. Can't possibly eliminate those. Let me, there's my little drop right there. Actually, there's other ones, of course, which now I have to relocate. But those I was going to try and drill some holes in them and then turn those into just Christmas ornaments. They're the ones that are shaped like ugly dolls. So yeah, the ones that are shaped like ugly dolls, we're going to try to, wow, that, adding the magenta, that has been a newfound thing for avoiding like the peachiness in the later source lighting, and then also keeping it off of, say, the yellow. So that's been kind of an interesting development, I gotta say. How about we crank up our light a little bit more here? Nope. Let's go back to some of this. Just breaking this all down. Okay. So the Iowa State Cyclones barely managed to hang on, and of course, well, Ryan, he was at the game. Armored Wolf, he actually sent me pictures of the very fatigued fans walking out of the stadium, because that was a meat grind. That was very much like the Miami game. So yeah, it was pretty much like that. Give me some of my floral yellow out here. Yeah. The sword blade. What are we doing there? We need some more light on that. I wonder if I can use this, maybe utilize a little bit of that. And I'm just going to hit that real quick like there. Okay, we'll just keep that brush handy for doing more of that. Hey there, Rat. I was just telling Armored Wolf about the picture that you sent me and how your game was kind of just as crazy as the Miami game was. So congratulations. I really, well, obviously the stream last night was a late one, but we really thought that BYU was going to lose that game and that it was really going to set things up well for the Cyclones moving ahead. But I think you saw what happened to Texas. So just uh, just win in advance, right, Ryan? That's at this point, just win the games. It doesn't matter how. I think Ryan. I think that style points might finally be gone. Now, of course, who knows? Maybe later on that becomes part of it. But I think now, yeah, I think style points are not going to really matter anymore. Whether you win by 1 or 51, I think now it's just going to be, did they win the game? Which would be in a kind of nice that returns. Because yeah, I was telling Armored Wolf, I thought, oh man, that's kind of a bummer. And then I look at the score, and all of a sudden, Iowa State wins. So that was crazy. Well, AD, thanks for stopping in. And of course, AD, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Oh, same thing there, Ryan. Holy smokies. So busy talking about the big win. Ryan, if you want to share any of your stuff in the chat there, please go ahead. And everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, I hope that once it hits the shall we say the vagaries of a live stream, that it works exactly the way you got it set up for. Ryan, that is the only play I saw of the game. And right, we thought that was over, right? We thought that nobody was going to be stupid enough to keep doing that. And the game that I had on, they said, why in the world are people doing this? And it's not just college, there's pros doing it too. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. So Ryan, I mean, that's a big deal. That's a game. That's a game loser right there. And I think pretty much every one of those has been a game loser, right, Ryan? Every time somebody does that, it's almost like failing to score on a 5-on-3 in hockey. You fail to score a goal on a 5-on-3. The team that does that loses somewhere around 87% of the time. I would like to see a stat on, I think it would just be called purely a stupidity stat. The guy, the idiot that drops the ball, showing off at about the, I don't know, 5-yard line. But that costs some time. Yeah, Ryan. It's just I don't understand why people do that. Just it, it used to be what you'd take the ball in the end zone and maybe you would spike it, and that's it. And then you do some high fives. Now it has to be a production. Maybe a little less production and a little more just, oh, I don't know, just get the ball in there. So again, Ryan, glad that they survived because it gets real interesting, Ryan, because Illinois, oh, also too, I guess these two would, so you can see the difference that's starting to make there. With Illinois beating Michigan all of a sudden, and if you look at the SEC standings, Vanderbilt is in the mix, baby. Vanderbilt is in the mix because everybody is 6-1, and then there's Vanderbilt at 5-2. So go Commodores. And of course, Army, Navy, not only undefeated, but convincingly undefeated. So I'm thinking you can't just dismiss that either. Now, Navy has to play the Irish next weekend. That could be jinky, although Navy does have a tendency to pull off some surprises in that game. I mean, we've talked about it several times. How do you practice against, say, a wishbone style offense when almost nobody runs that anymore? But also, too, they've added some wrinkles into that, some passing plays, too. I think the Army quarterback had 5 rushing touchdowns today. So the Black Knights are having themselves a season, so are the Middies. So the Goats and the Black Knights are they're making it happen there. Just starting to work in some of our players. And again, Blades, I don't know if you had a chance to share any of your stuff in the chat, but please go ahead if you want to do that. And everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Ryan shared because you got a whole bunch of really nifty oil painted stuff there. So go check that out. So all of our glazy stuff here is already starting to set. Not dry, but it is definitely starting to set. And again, it's the same theory as this. Light coming from underneath. The cooler colors on top. Ryan, yeah, the film noirs on this thing were, well, you know what? Let me see if we can arrange this. Let me zoom out here. All right. Now watch this film noir here. See, we just turned off the object source lighting. It's gone. I mean, this is one of the more stark examples of that. Watch what happens when we do this. It's like we're using some kind of weird flashlight, right? The object source lighting disappears. Thanks, Heavy T. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to set you over there. We're going to use one that, this one I think is a little bit less with the... Hey there, Recoil. Everybody please give Recoil 13 a follow as well. Recoil, why don't you share your stuff in the chat there? You didn't get a chance to do that. Yeah, Recoil, that's what I was painting last night on stream. Now, Recoil, I wasn't sure if you were going to be streaming later on, a few, maybe 4 or 5 hours from now or so. Recoil, it was a glorious day in college football. It was one of those days where if you can survive, you're very happy. And, well, Ryan was at the... Oh, let's zoom back in here. Ryan was at the Iowa State game, and Ryan can tell you what that college atmosphere is like. All right, we'll see you later there, Ryan. Safe travels. Again, I'm really glad they pulled that out. I know it made things extra late for you there, but congratulations. This definitely one of their better seasons in the last decade and a half or so. Let me do this. There we go. There we are. Everybody, please check out that the Instagram link there that Recoil just posted. Please give Recoil a follow. So yeah, Recoil. Of course, the stream last night got zapped by Twitch. Everything was going fine, no warning. All of a sudden, zoom, stream is gone. Nothing to do with the internet because I was able to do everything else on the internet that I always do. Something with Streamlabs. And then before that was the Balrog. And, well, actually, technically, we're still continuing our Moria army because the Watcher in the Water is part of the Moria army. And that's what we're going to hopefully be doing for our Mata Mondays. Catch a little more of my orangey stuff on the edges of that, because that's the armor there. Ah, that's fantastic. That's fantastic recoil. Really charging away these. I know there's a bunch of them to do. Recoil, I guess you're going to need one of these, one of those mega photo booths yourself to be able to photograph them all at once. Actually, Recoil, one of the things, oh gosh, and I have two of them here. One of the things I've been meaning to do is set up one of those carousels. I mean, it's basically almost like a lazy Susan, right? It's got the little either USB power or battery, whatever, and it just kind of spins around. I wasn't sure if you got one of those because, well, with your buggies, those would probably look, it would almost look like a model car recoil. Yeah, like an old school model car rotating around on that platform. That's the way to go. That's the way to go, recoil. You have to go industrialized production. It's like you'll be the Henry Ford of the Orc buggies. And of course, they can have their choice in any color, right? Just like Henry Ford said, that you can have their choice of any color as long as it's red. We offer all kinds of colors. We offer red. Recoil, I think you would probably find that super handy. Again, I haven't been able to utilize my new photo areas yet. I think I just got to kind of get through this week first. This week was gonna be a crazy one, no matter what. Well, next week not gonna be so easy either, but just kind of making it through October. I think that's well, it's kind of like college football. We're just trying to make it to the next week. Can I get me a little touch of the floral there, maybe on his knuckles there, on his spear. Right. Now this is not our lightest light either. We'll get there, but not right now. We want to give this again a chance to set up. And again, these guys, just like the dragon, they were part of a basing video that I did for the Patreon page, and well, that should be up there right now. Well, recoil. I kind of hope you get that opportunity because, well, I think it would make a really impressive sight for one thing. Yeah, I think it would be very impressive to see. You know what? Nope, we'll just go to the knuckles over here. We'll have to probably come back with our darks and one more time on that. I thought I had gotten my Galeazzi red dot. You know, okay, fine. Here, let me. Nope. No, no, we'll just use this. Just use that. Boom. And there we go. All right. Good enough. Well, I'm glad that you were able to get there and get back again without too much hassle. Recoil. Oh, and recoil. I think I sent you pictures of the latest cookies. The new mixer. I do think it was a big difference because again, the old mixer could barely move the dough. This one just had no problem whatsoever. Let's put it this way: the table was moving. That's how hard this thing had to work. The table was kind of bouncing around back and forth. But it went through it no problem, and that the beater was designed very differently than the old style one from 60 some odd years ago. And this stuff just came right off of it. I didn't have to screw around with it like I did the other batches. So I think we got ourselves a winner with that beater, which means now we need to do more than just Christmas cookies with it. So I have to start thinking about doing bread or something like that. Recoil, like some super snazzy bread recipes or something like that. So if there's any, this is a culinary channel, is it not, Recoil? If there's any breads ideas that you got there that you got that you kind of like. Wow, there's like a little goblin face right there. Look at this. There's his eye. There's his mouth. Oh, we just painted his nose. Let me see if I can get some of that off of there. There we go. So there's his little face. Kind of like Hurricane Milton had a skull face in the not the in yeah the infrared. It had a skull face because the infrared goes on a cloud top temperature. So it adds in colors like white and black that normally you don't have in those typical radar images. Because it's all about height of cloud top. So if you see a whole bunch of white in there, that means those are some really high cloud tops. So we're trying to get a little bit of the lighter stuff here on our little dwarfy friend. There's so many sleepy dwarves. I thought only one of the 7 dwarves was named Sleepy, but apparently all of these dwarves are very sleepy. Either that or they have so much fun playing with the goblins and the Balrog and the dragon that they just need to rest. So the Watcher in the Water, I was hoping to do a video on using the water to sculpt kind of the same thing that we did with that Navarrete Studios Fell Beast, which I believe that's actually on the Instas right now. Yeah, that is on the Instagrams. Give me a little bit. No, not that much. Wait a minute, let me get that brush that just flew out of my hands here. There's another one that's underneath me. Oh, I guess that's the one. Get rid of some of that. There we are. Now back over here. Is this going to be... Yeah, fine. Let's get some of that here. Maybe a little something there. Do the same deal with his helmet. Oh, that's his ear. That's his ear. Maybe a touch more on the bow here. And okay, back up here a little bit. Oh, you know, I can get some of that magenta on there. Let's do it there. You know, one of the things I'm hoping as I look at these goblins here, I do hope that they're not going to be messing around with, say, things like the damage chart. Because one of my favorite things about MESBG is that it's not, well, everything dies in 2 turns. For instance, you know, if you got a goblin with armor and a shield, even for a human, it's hard to kill him. It's not just like, oh, you won the fight against the goblin, just, you know, pull him off the board. I think the average human, if you got a goblin with a armor and a shield, you'll still probably need a 5 to actually wound him, kill him, whatever. And I'm hoping that they don't, not that I've ever played a goblin army, it's just I kind of always liked the fact that you could have a big old monster or a Balrog or whatever, and if he rolls a 1 or a 2 or something like that, well, sorry, you're just out of luck, because that's not enough. So yeah, Rico, they did announce another figure. They announced Freka. That's another one of the done lendings. No idea when this would all hit these shelves because, well, the movie is December 13th, and I just cannot imagine that anything, any release from GW would precede the movie. There's just no way that's going to happen. And two, yeah, what we'd like to avoid is any fracturing of the community, right, Rico? Because I saw what happened. Oh God, what was the first one? It was Malifaux. That went boom. Then what was the next? Oh, Flames of War. That was another one that went pear-shaped right there. Trying to find myself some more lights along the edge of his leg. Now, these are the old plastic ones here. These are not, say, like the ones here from Printing Goes Ever On. No, they're just the old 75,000-year-old plastic miniatures that GW did. Yep, these were found with the fossilized remains of several prehistoric painters. And I think actually they did interpret some of the those cave paintings that you see. Yeah, what those actually were, that was a prehistoric battle report. That's what the original cave paintings were. Recoil, well, that's as we say, I got Tomb King. Actually, I got Tomb King and Lizard Man. Painful as that was, there were several plus sides to that because, well, bolt action, huge upside there. Absolutely, that was fantastic, and also, well, Wild West Exodus preceded that, and Wild West Exodus really changed. That altered things as far as how basing is done. So, again, painful as all that was, as in terms of, say, the basing stuff and painting and everything, that really did change things. So it kind of worked out in the end because all the basing got so much more realistic once I got into the bolt action stuff. Because if you recall, there was my early war French army. I went to use the same kind of flock and foliage that I always used on my regular miniatures. Same stuff I always used, and it looked ridiculous. It looked absolutely terrible because the figure that it was now next to obviously was something realistic. And that's when I said, "My gosh, that green is well, you've seen it, right? Recoil. That green is way too. I mean, it looks super. It looks like an artificial Christmas tree. Just threw up on your miniatures." And doing the bolt action stuff showed me is that okay, you got some thinking to do here. You need to rethink this, and you need to think in terms of painting more realistically with your flock. And to this day, we're talking, gosh, that goes back to about 2013 or so. Well, about 2014. Yeah, Recoil, I haven't seen, unfortunately, anything about it. I just haven't been able to communicate with John or Paul or anything like that. Obviously, I think they've also been a little bit distracted because the Warlord Company kind of wanted their own. A big Paul Sawyer, unfortunately, the kind of a health situation popped up for him, and that's been kind of unfortunate. But yeah, that was definitely the upside of that upheaval was that we went into those new games, and those new games introduced new terrain stuff, right? Doing all those MDF buildings. Yes, not FDM, but MDF. I learned a bunch of techniques doing those buildings that in many cases we still do those today. Now again, you can kind of see the difference. Then we're gonna get into all of our blues. Oh, by the way, we're working on 6 miniatures here, and it's been not an hour. That's good, Artemichael. Now, I don't know if they've kind of changed how the list building is. If the basic rules of the game are still pretty much the same as far as the on the table stuff goes, but most of the big changes were in how you actually make the list and your platoons and such. Again, I think until wintertime, I'm not really gonna have any chance to try and get into any of that. Let me try a little more of this right here. Some more down here. And this is nowhere near our lightest orange either. So I guess Artemichael, are all the campaign books still? Hopefully those are still viable. Also, I get that. I guess they have to still be doing theater selectors, right, Artemichael? So I mean, if you were doing, 1944 Fallschirmjägers or something like that, you are only choosing from things that should be, might be available in a 1944, say, Italy campaign situation. Okay, he's got his little sleepy buddy right there. So yeah, Michael, I'll have to once maybe Thanksgiving and stuff rolls along, I'll try to shoot Paul a message and maybe he can give me a clue as to what's going on. I also have maybe enough parts of the house ready to go in the basement anyway, where he could maybe show me how that new system works. Michael, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Michael, I know you said you got the procs on, and I know you were thinking about getting some of the shifting. It is called shifting lands, right? With all the neat guides. I don't know if there's 3D printable ones. I'm not sure how a 3D printable guide might work. Well, at least one that's printed in, say, FDM. I know how a resin one would probably still be viable. Oh, no, too much heat. Never mind, forget it. Yeah, you could never 3D print those. You could only ever use the MDF stuff. Well, here's hoping that you have many, many, many hours of fun with that, Michael, and tons of fantastic terrain produced. I think I got one more of these to do with it. Again, this is not our lightest stuff either. We can go lighter than this. Okay, just toes there. There's no shoes or anything on that one. There's my deeper orange there, and we'll just there's my blending brush. Fine, we'll just use this one here. Recoil. I was well. I think you saw my Monte Cassino board, right? Recoil. I think it was called Skull Heel, and that was one of the big precursor zones that were being fought over, and in the Monte Cassino, as far as the on the ground portion of it. So yeah, I think Skull Hill, and that is where and then of course I never know how to pronounce it, recoil, but oh gosh, they were from Tunisia, right? And they would have the Tommy hat, they would have the British style helmets, but they had the striped kind of ponchos on. I can never remember just how those are pronounced. Thanks, Armin Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, all of these, some dwarves, this dragon, and also another Balrog. See all that right there? That was all done in the latest basing video, and again, that's on the Patreon page. You do that $15 Army Painter. Hey there, Horns fan. Horns fan, big news. Indiana won. Indiana won, and they are undefeated. Also, Army-Navy won. They are undefeated. Nothing else happened in the league whatsoever. So, Horns fan, it was a crazy day. Iowa State wins last second. Miami somehow survives. Illinois beats Michigan. Horns fan, yes indeed. That's actually the biggest news of the day. That is the biggest news of the day, that on the day they rededicate the stadium, and on the anniversary of Red Grange, I think it was 7 touchdowns. Yes, the Fighting Illini defeat the Wolverines of Michigan. So I'm sure that was the game you were watching, Horns fan. I mean, there wasn't anything else on that you would want to watch. Literally and figuratively. Now, Horns fan, the one thing, like we talked about, was that it had to be close. Although we've been spent, let's see, well, for an hour and 4 minutes, we've been talking about the dissolution of style points. Hey there, Valfera. So Valfera, speaking of nothing happening, that didn't look like that was going to happen when it was, oh God, what was it? It was 10-0, right, Valfera? That was not looking so good. Horns fan, the other thing we've been talking about is that much like that play that Oregon introduced with the 12 men on the field, I think we have a new ploy. If you need a call change and it's whether it's reviewable or not, just throw hundreds of water bottles onto the field, and you can get the refs to change their mind. So I think that might not be the best precedent that they set there. But I have to say, Horns fan, I was really impressed because I thought it was going to take about 20 minutes to get all those water bottles off the field. And then it looked like they had every security guard, every cheerleader, every band member, whoever was on the field, they all ran around and started grabbing those water bottles. I mean, they were gone in less than 2 minutes. And there was a ton of them out there. So congratulations there. So yeah, Valfera, that was not looking good for the Vols. Even their 6'6" or whatever starting quarterback, he went down with an injury.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And his replacement immediately threw an interception. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We have a new little hobbit to join us here. That is Talent. Talent, how you doing? So you know what? I'm kind of glad that I'm seeing you here. It's like, why is that? Well, because first there was a Balrog, then there was a dragon. It's like, yeah, well, the Balrog's still gonna kill you. It's like, you had to remind me of that. So much for Elrond and his foresight points. Thank you so much for that follow, Telnet. Appreciate that. Now we had some decent rolls on our Gandalf's. Gandalf gets he's intimidated by the goblins there. He wasn't intimidated by the goblin or by the Balrog or the I was gonna say cave drake, no, but the actual dragon. But he's intimidated by the goblin. Horns fan, it's really interesting in the SEC because speaking of Vanderbilt, guess who's sitting at 5-2 and everybody else is at 6-1. So there's going to be a couple of those guys that are going to at least have a second loss. Not that Vandy is going to go undefeated the rest of their SEC schedule. I think that's what it is, Michael. He is terrified of the mimes. And yeah, see, he just he's got that vision of horror in his head of the goblins as the mimes of Moria. You know what? I can grab some of my Van Dyke Brown here, and that's gonna go in here. Let me see. Yeah, I think that might be short-lived for Vandy. Now, Illinois, speaking of short-lived, guess who Illinois has to play next week? Well, basically, they'll be playing the number one team in the country. That would be the Ducks, because I'm pretty sure with the results of today, unless they put Georgia at number one, my guess is that Oregon is going to be the number one team. That was the other interesting thing, right, Horns fan? He's might have played in one or two big games, but he kind of was, Arch Manning made him look like a rookie with all those weird interceptions that he was throwing. Horns fan, we were talking about the immediately about the Fansville curse. I would say it's real. If it's not real, then I don't know what evidence there is to prove that it is real. If today was not the evidence that the Fansville curse is the real thing. All right, so he's good to go. That's again, that's just a dark stare. Now let's. Where is? This one here. So again, we're gonna start adding in some of those later oranges here. Let's do this. Again, this is just kind of a mid-tone-ish type thing right here. So yeah, Valfera, sadly, I'm just not. And of course, that's played in Eugene. I don't know if the line is already out on that game, but I would predict that Oregon's probably going to be about a 17-point favorite, maybe 20-point favorite, which means they're guaranteed to lose, at least this season. I think that's the other hex right there. Horns fan, is it just me, or have they not advanced that storyline? I'm just wondering, Horns fan, did they have to reshoot everything? Because well, he hasn't exactly had too many Heisman moments this season, has he? So yeah, I wonder if they're reshooting a lot of the Fansville stuff now. Because the hype train, yeah, that's been out for weeks. And then the one with the mascot. There's the one where the guy's son says, "I live in a commercial" or something like that. Can we lighten this up down here a little bit more? Yes, we can. So thank you so much for that follow, Telnith, because we're just 10 away. We are 89.90. We need just 10 more follows to reach that incredible number that means absolutely nothing. We get no fabulous prizes for it, but it would be fun. Geez, Horns fan, I did not see that. I don't know. I guess I'll just Google it. I'm sure you can just Google that. No idea how that didn't go across the airwaves today. That's a pretty good line, I have to say, Horns fan. They gave him probably the best line of the season so far. Yep. Now, of course, actually, Horns fans, so had they won that game, I would imagine there would have been some goalposts torn down. Is there a nearby river that those goalposts would have gone to in Austin? Because it seems like there's a lot of goalposts getting dunked into rivers this season. And I guess too there had to have been a fair amount of Georgia fans there. I did hear that Uga did not go to the game. So the Colorado River would be the nearest repository for the goalposts. Well, let's see. Horns fan, I do believe that the Vandy faithful took those goalposts and carried them 5+ miles and chucked them into the river. Let's put it this way, the goalposts were worse for wear by the time they got there. So yeah, it was that I actually saw it popped up on my Instagram. There was it was sort of like the map that showed how far Denethor ran while he was on fire. Yeah, it was like a Google Maps thing. It says, here's how far they carried the goalpost before they chucked it into the river. It it made quite a journey. There, we now get some of our lighter stuff out here. Yeah, I think we still need to get some just regular orange up there on his face. Maybe not this lightest of light stuff here, which I'm kind of reserving for areas like the metal or stuff down here, which is closer to our light source there. Yeah, Valfear, just in this day and age, I don't know what we were talking about, the fact that this preseason game for the Bear years and years and years ago, where there was enough controversy in a call where it looked like the crowd was going to maybe, shall we say, step in and maybe take some control of the game. All right, now we'll start heading back the other way. By the way, we're working on 6 of these guys here, and we started 1 hour 16 minutes ago. I've also seen like little what would you say, circular guards where they form a protective circle around the goalposts, because those things aren't light. I mean, it hurts enough getting hit in the head by a tent pole. I'm thinking a 50-foot high goalpost might sting a little bit if that clocks you. Now, of course, who knows if this upset thing becomes so common, they might start making the goalpost out of Nerf or something like that. Yeah, Nerf goalposts. Or inflatable goalposts. There you go. Because that wouldn't be affected by the wind whatsoever. No, not up there. It's got to come down here. That's where the light's got to be, where the light actually is. I mean, well, you have to figure, Horns fan. I think that Texas is still in better shape than Alabama at this point. Because again, I'm not so sure that quality losses are gonna. That language might still be a holdover of the old bowl BCS era. I don't think there's going to be quality losses anymore. That was my next question, Horns fan, was, well, would it also start to become kind of blasé? They're like, oh, we won the game. We were 21-point underdogs. Well, yeah. I'm starting to think that odds makers aren't going to be throwing out a whole lot of 21-point spreads anymore. Valfeira, of course, with the amount of injuries, especially that happened in that Tennessee game, I'm just wondering if maybe everything should just be made out of Nerf. Make the ball out of Nerf, make the turf out of Nerf, make the pads out of Nerf. Ah, see that right there? Nerf the turf. That's a new hashtag right there. Nerf the turf, prevent injuries. So you can see how we're adding in our lighter stuff here. Especially where I mean, again, it's closest to the source lighting. This is not the tree bark cork. This is just regular bulletin board cork with the with their little dwarf added to it. Now that would be if Illinois goes on the road and somehow beats Oregon. That's when you know everything has changed. This is not your dad's or your grandpa's or whatever college football anymore. Again, up here, right, that is going to be our cooler, lighter tones. Down here, that's what we're doing all over. And this is still not the lightest stuff down here yet either. And of course, Horns fan, we had some glorious success today with the new the new cookie decorating implements. So much joy in Wappleville, as we won't be struggling with that so much anymore. Horns fan, that could be interesting. A bouncy house that has about 105,000 people inside of it. What could possibly go wrong? I can't visualize anything. Actually, Velfira, didn't you tell me that? Didn't you see? Remember the? It was the guy that used to kick the field goals. You basically you slammed down on his head, and his foot would kick the field goal. I don't remember what the heck he was called. Super Toe. That's it. Is there a 3D printable version of that? Is there a 3D printable version of Super Toe? Because my brother and I, we used to play with that all the time until I think we tried to kick a 70-yard field goal. Yep, Horns fan, all of the cookie cutters were 3D printed. And here's, I think we have actually the picture. There it is. So yeah, there's all of the cookie cutters were 3D printed. Now this was the new stuff that we added here. So I got those off of Amazon. These big ones here might also work for the Christmas frosting. I haven't tried the bags. They're sitting right over here is the bags. I didn't use any of those. Now, I do have some really giant ones that they were even bigger than I thought they were going to be. Now, again, for Christmas cookies, they might work because, well, I'm going to need a ton of, well, red, green, and white. So maybe the specialty colors go in the smallest ones, and then, well, I might have to make like 3 batches of frosting. I mean, I have leftover frosting from this batch. I will be using frosting on some of these other cookies that I've baked. Yeah, once Valfira, I don't know if there's something on, oh, Cults 3D or My Mini Factory. I just wonder, would it be stronger or weaker? That, oh, geez, we had a whole bunch of armor plates right here. Let me get some of the lighter stuff down here. I used to have something Horns fan. It was a piece of, it was like a cardboard thing, and it had these little flippers on it, and there would be these holes, and basically you would try to use the little flipper to shoot the ball out of the hole and into the basket. We also had the baseball game where it was like a bowl type of a stadium, and you drop this little ball down there. It's like a little marble, and then you had a spring-activated bat or something. Now that's the perfect game for kids to play because that little marble, as you can imagine, 90% of the time is headed straight for your face if you were the pitcher. So yeah, I don't know how many times we hit each other in the eye with that. It was sort of like indoor lawn darts, just with a marble. Okay, now this we need to get some lighter stuff on there. So sorry for the asides there. I am going to try and make this a little lighter though here. There we go. I mean, this is the Wampelville Sports Network, and no matter what. And of course, the APCC, the Atlantic Pacific Central Conference, 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs, and the portal is open the entire game. You want to change sidelines in between quarters or in between series. As long as you got a jersey, that's all you need. Yeah, Valfair, that doesn't even count all the stuff that we did on our camping trips and Boy Scouts, where the lethality of some of the stuff we were doing, well, probably ranks pretty high. I think we should get a little bit more light on his face here. There's another one of these guys that probably needs the same deal. Which one is it? This guy. I knew I was forgetting something. This guy right here. He needs... Oh, also on the shield. Oh, was that the Coleco one? And then remember there was the baseball one, and there was the basketball one. I actually looked on Amazon. I was able to find the basketball one. I was able to find the baseball one. Apparently, there's a hockey one. I don't remember a hockey one. So Recoil also had a similar. It was the cricket version, the test match tabletop cricket game. Because what could possibly go wrong, Recoil, right? A tiny projectile, most likely flying right directly towards your face. I mean, what in the world could possibly go wrong there? So yeah, Velfred, check. If you look at Amazon, you can still get those. You can still get those things, and well, I mean, it's just literally a bunch of red dots that move around. So Recoil, that sounds. What was the hockey game too? And of course, oh, there's electric football. Yes, good old electric football. So Recoil, I'm imagining a footy version of that. Oh, that would be like the basketball game. Yeah, there would be the inside 50 arc, and you would try to get that ball dropped in there, and then you would have to kick a goal. That's what okay, here we go. So Recoil, we have to make the Aussie rules football version of Super Toe. I mean, it's just it's all about survival. So I think now we got some stuffs going on with his face there. Okay, that's good. There was a little lack of action there on that bit of shading. Now, Rico, those are the golden days. Those are the golden days. At some point, Rico, I have to see if I can find the strategy baseball game that I made. That we actually we had a test league and everything. Of course, with a 3D printer, I could have printed out the stadiums instead of making them out of pink foam. Because the field, of course, had a big impact on the game itself. So we're starting to get some of our later stuff going on. Little Skelly friends here. JD, I'm pretty sure that as Boy Scouts, we would have been on every no-fly list, every no-travel list. Yeah, we would have been under investigation several times, I think. Let me see if we can't catch a bit more of our light down over here. Yep, we can. Some of it over here. And remember, we are working on not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, but six. Six wee little gobos here. Oh, and by the way, we've only been painting them for 90 minutes. 90 minutes, that's it. So JD, actually JD, if you want to post any of your stuff there in the chat, Velfir, I don't know if you had a chance to post something. Again, everybody, please give Recoil13 a follow because Recoil will surely be streaming again quite soon. Those the fabulous buggies. You know, okay, fine. I'm gonna go this way with that latest light.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much, Shinlog. Appreciate that. I was about to say you shall not pass, but you really aren't gonna be able to pass. He's like, I got a whole bunch of friends. It's like, yeah, but there's a Balrog over there. It's like, oh yeah, I really wouldn't get in his way. He hasn't had his morning coffee yet. This is a weird conversation for me. Thank you so much for that follow, Shinlock. Appreciate that. What is going to happen on our big old Gandalf 6? What's going to happen? Ah, there we go. A much improved roll. There it is. And that also has us at 8991. So thank you so much, Inlog Denetsu. Appreciate that. Again, there's absolutely zero fabulous prizes for reaching 9K. But to get there after, well, 4 years, 7-ish months. No, this is the, no. 4 years, 4.5 years, and 1 week. Almost exactly, yeah. 4.5 years and 1 week. And of course, Armored Wolf has been here through all of that, having to listen to all of these weird ramblings. So everybody please check out Armored Wolf Productions. And please support Armored Wolf, who has been an integral part of all of this, the Wampleville experience here, for 4.5 years and 1 week. Now, of course, we did a lot of crazy stuff as kids. We probably drank our paint water too. I think we would have done it. How you doing there? Drink your paint water live. Thank you so much, Inlo. Appreciate that. Again, we've been working on here. Let's just do this. Let's see if we can gather together. There's here we'll zoom out. So thank you so much. Appreciate that raid. Everybody, please give Drink Your Paint Water Live a follow. So there's 6 goblins there in our Moria theme, and we're going to show you what else we've been doing with our Moria theme. So again, we're working on 6 of these guys here. Let's set him aside. Here was last night's stream. He's a little bigger. Also, again, with the kind of off-camera source lighting. Thank you so much, Drink Your Paint Water. Appreciate that. And again, everybody, please give Drink Your Paint Water live. And should you wish to share something, please go ahead and do that. Now, we're going to do a gratuitous film noir here. Now, watch what happens when we do this. Check this out, Velfira. The source lighting has disappeared. It's gone. Is there any difference between that side of the wing and that side of the wing? Is there really any difference between the top of his head and the bottom of his head? However, when we do this, looky here, look what happens. All of a sudden, our source lighting returns. Thank you so much, Drink Your Paint Water. Now, also, in the mix is this guy. So the dragon was last night. This was a Thursday stream. Yeah, this was our Thursday stream right here. So just a quickie little Balrog right here. This is 3D printed. I believe that's from clay cyanide. That dragon you saw, that is from Diwali. Now, over here, we've been doing a whole bunch of these guys. This is 3D printed from Navarrete Studios. This was our Monday stream. Yeah. So you're basically seeing all the stuff we did on stream this week. We sculpted the water effects there. Same stuff we actually used for flames. So this is 3D printed from Navarrete Studios, and that is the Knight of Umbar. So again, kind of an aquatic theme right there. We also have we've done green object source lighting, violet. Oh look, here's some blue object source lighting. Hey there, Pura Vida, how you doing? Nice to see you again there, Pura Vida. I hope that you're doing very well. Let's zoom back in here so we can actually see our goblins. There we go. So yeah, Velfera, it's kind of crazy, right? Let me see. What did I miss from JD? Okay, there we go. So again, if you wish to post anything there, drink your paint water, please go ahead. Now, of course, we'll be getting back to our Tomb Kings. I'm hoping maybe to do at least a chariot or two in that week right before Halloween. We also, of course, have this. So yeah, we might be doing or a snake. That's it. We might also be doing one of our sneaky snakes like this guy, because we haven't actually had a chance to paint one of those on stream. So we might be doing that. By the way, we're doing all this with oil paints, and we'll just lay out our kind of usual suspects here as far as what paint brands that we use. Here you go. There's as we call them now, the big four: Windsor, Newton, Gamlin, Richardson, Williamsburg. These three are, when it comes to price and quality, they're just about the same. There's differences between them, pretty much the same. This will set you back more, but this stuff, well, you get what you pay for, and that really does. Williamsburg does prove you get what you pay for. Not everything does. Not everything actually does. So again, you want to share anything in the chat there? Drink your paint water live. Again, please go ahead and do that. And thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for the follows. Because again, we are now at 89.91. We just need 9 more. We need less than 10 now. Wow, that would be, well, I think we might have a hype train for that. Something tells me the hype train and the Weeping Angel and Prinkles, I think everybody's coming out for that. I think Schmaladriel, maybe even Schmandoff. We haven't seen Schmandoff in a long time. Velfira, and we know which one that is. Right, that is the Italian Terror Verte, right? Thank you so much. We are now down another one. Thank you so much, Emily. Appreciate that. We haven't had this Gandalf yet. See, how many of you are there? Well, I'm Gandalf the White. It's like, no, there's like 10 of you. That's only 2 colors. But this is black and white TV. He's gray and I'm white. It's like, no, this is full color here. It's like, wait, what happened to the film noir? Thank you so much. Drink your paint water. Appreciate that. I don't care how many followers he gets, still gonna be grumpy. He's like, you're just sore about the Balrog ripping your arms off. He's like, well, wouldn't you be sore? It's like, well, dude, maybe if you had something better than, I don't know, a glow stick and a kitchen utensil. He's like, so what? Don't you have fireworks? It's like, well, yeah, those are for parties. It's like, you could use those as explosives, you know? It's like, that never occurred to me. Thank you so much. Drink your paint water. I appreciate that. You know what? We've never done this. We have never done this on the channel. We've never rolled 2 of these at once. Let's do this. We got 2 big Gandalf 6s. Usually we go one at a time, but we're doing both at once. All right, there you go. No mention of the Shireweed. He survives. He survives double rolls there. So we are now, what, 7 away So thank you so much, Drink Your Paint Water. And again, everybody please give Drink Your Paint Water a follow. That would be fantastic because all of us streamers, we got to stick together, don't we? Because Twitch is twitchy. And we're the only ones that can save each other when Twitch is twitchy. So Pura Vida, actually, Pura Vida, I don't know if you saw the new cookies with the 3D printed cookie cutters. Oh, where they at? And I did do an Eye of Sauron. That's not in this picture here, but I do have Lord of the Rings themed cookie cutters now. So yeah, there's the cookies that we did. And of course, well, the Silly Marillion here. Well, here's some of our painted backdrops for the Silly Marillion. Yeah, there you go. There you are. Like, yeah. Birador, Birashmur. Look at this here. Not even a bunch of ants could knock that down. And so, oh, here we go. And at some point, yes, we will get back to flat Thursdays, right? Although it's probably going to take this form. It's going to take a form like that. So Christmas ornaments. Because guess what? It's getting to be that time of year. It's October 20th now. Yes, that is no one more shocked than me to look over there and go, wow, there's a 2 and a 0 there, and it's in October. So Black Friday sales on Dick Blick, everybody's got to start scouting those out. Pura Vida, I mean, this is a culinary channel after all, right? It's not just a Lord of the Rings channel or a Song of Ice and Fire channel. I think we could also say this is quite the nautical channel now, because we've done practically 2 navies of 1800 scale ships, and we've done 4, count them, 4 28 millimeter ships. That's just one of them. We did 3 Corsair ships, 1 Elven ship. I mean, of course, it's a terrain channel, right? I mean, yes. Also, an Armada channel. It's also, we do believe in studying the universe. Yeah, we do all kinds of fun stuff. And of course, definitely a Lord of the Rings channel, but also, look at that, Song of Ice and Fire channel. We might do object source lighting once in a while. We might paint horses once in a while. Yeah, Valfira, I think we all blinked and went, wait a minute, what? It's not like September 30th anymore? Because it felt like it went from September 30th to October 20th. Not sure what's going on there. Pluto is definitely best planet, right, Valfira? Definitely best planet. It is not a Kuiper Belt object. It's not a dwarf planet. It's just planet. I like it when people say, well, these other moons are bigger than this planet or whatever. It's like, yeah, you know what? There's a lot of moons that are bigger than Mercury. So there you go. That might be a little bit too much there. And Drink Your Paint Water, again, you want to get a Discord link, an Insta link. I know you just finished your stream, so you're not going to have a whole bunch of pictures unless you skedaddle off to that photo booth right about now. But there's something you want to share, please feel like you can go ahead and do that. So Pura Vida, I hope everything is going well. I'm not sure if you've seen the last couple of videos, actually all of the basing that we did here. And on said Balrog and said Dragon, like all the little sleepy dwarf friends over here, that was a basing video that we just filmed a couple of days ago. Can we get some more? Yes, a couple more lights right there. Over here too. And there. looks okay. Yeah, that's supposed to be metal. So fine, we'll get some light stuff going on down there. And oh wait. Let's do this. There. Mm, you know what? I'm gonna let me reverse course here a little bit with some of our sort of mid-range orange. I think we kind of need to get a little bit more of that on his face here. I was thinking we didn't need that, but I think we should probably do that here. Anything? There's knuckles there. Remember, these are the old GW figs. I mean, these are going back a ways. Now, it'll be interesting to see if they start, one by one, knocking out new plastic kits. Now, I wonder. Oh, actually, Pura Vida. I don't know if you saw. Let me change this back here. There we go. We do is that the Silly Marillion takes a new turn as we have a gummy bear themed Lord of the Rings figures. Now, again, I haven't heard anything from Boomitz in weeks now, so I don't think we'll have any new ones sculpted because, well, it is the 20th, so we would only have 9 days. So I don't think we'll have any new ones, but at least we have a couple, and we can try and paint those up. That'll be rather unusual. Also, too, obviously, we'll be probably on the 20th. We'll be doing another one of these special figures right there. I think so. I believe the 29th is a Tuesday because I think Halloween is a Thursday. So that'll be potentially a special Tuesday stream there. Pura Vida, the interesting challenge is going to be a couple of two challenges. First, how do you really approach the basing? Do you make it realistic? Do you do no basing at all? Or do you try and make it look like Candyland? It'd be like the Candyland version of Middle Earth, right, Pura Vida? So do you go that route? And then two, the fact that they're sort of semi-translucent. The nearest thing that I've tried doing, here it is these crystals here. So not super translucent, but kind of partially translucent. And we'll see if we can do that. It's a very tricky thing to be able to get that effect. And that was from one of our army painting series there. Again, on the Patreon page. Now, JD, did you get a chance to post some of the stuff you were working on there in the chat? I wasn't sure. But yeah, if you didn't get a chance to post something there, JD, that you've been working on, please go ahead and do that. Wait, let's get some of that right down here, and then some of that over here. Come on. At one point, JD, you'll be saying, okay, I'm going to post a link here, and it will be a link to a painted Hetzer. There's that vehicle that I wanted to show you. Darn it. With the camo pattern. Well, it doesn't matter. I still have to do part 3 of that. And part 3 is going to entail weathering, adding foliage and such. So yeah, we're going to do... that'll probably be... there's going to be a couple of unusual painting videos, I think, hitting the Patreon page this week. Well, there's going to be the basing video of the Watcher in the Water. And then with all the other stuff going on, I think I'll just be finishing off that vehicle because I want to finish it off anyways. And I'm pretty sure that all of the paint is long since dried from a couple of days ago. Valfera, I think maybe some of the newer super snazzy 12K printers might let you, not necessarily like printer cartridges, but I know there's clear resins or semi-clear, right? They could be tinted or something. I'm pretty sure. Now, obviously, I just use the water washable stuff, but I think there's all kinds of wild resins out there. I could swear there are. No problem there, JD. Yeah, I was thinking because we've been talking about our college football report and Super Toe and trying to adapt Super Toe to Aussie rules football. Now that would be what would see if they're 3D printable. Wow, here you go. Here you go, Rico. You have 36 Super Toes out there, 18 on a side, and you have a giant oval, be the size of somebody's yard probably. Now again, I don't think they're 3D printable, but it would be fun if they were. How's about we welcome in Bearded Celt? Thank you so much, Bearded Celt. Appreciate that. Now, Celt, did you get a chance to see the dragon, or was it the Balrog that you rated? Everybody, please give Bearded Celt a follow. Yeah, Velfira, I know that Kathy's podcast crew, he printed out like this semi-clear green resin. It kind of looked neat. Let me see. So, hey, Bodacious Pie, how you doing? So, let's zoom out. Let's zoom out here so you can get an idea. 1 hour 51 minutes ago, these 6 little gobos here, they had no paint on them at all, and they are all part of our Moria theme. Here's what we painted on last night's stream. This was about a 5.5 hour stream or so. That's a 3D printed dragon from Diwali. Again, that's for our Moria army right there. And that was our Friday stream. Here was our Thursday stream. Because it just ain't Moria without Benny the Balrog. There he is. And all of these painted with oil paints. You see the same little sleepy dwarves right there. We want to say thank you so much to our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much. At Moger. It's is that Morgoth? No, 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 no. Wait a minute, Morgoth is dead. It's like, yeah, well, I'm gonna be soon too if you shoot me in the head with that arrow. He's, oh, sorry, dude. It's like, wait, who's that down there? That's not Gimli, is it? No, no, no. That's when a that's not Gimli. Maybe it is. Thank you so much for that follow there. Appreciate that, Morger. All right, where's our? There he is. There's our big Gandalf 6. What's going to happen here? All right. As long as he doesn't mention the pipeweed, he avoids that. Whenever he mentions pipeweed, boom, a 1 appears quite magically. So now we're just 6 away. We're at 89, 94. 6 more to go to that magical number that it has absolutely no meaning to Twitch. Again, there's no fabulous prizes for that. It only means something to Wappleville here. So I want to say thanks to everybody that's done the follows over the last 4 years, 6 months, and 1 week. So that's the time frame. That's how long that we've been doing the stuff here. And again, working with oil paint right out of the tube. We got 4 different brands. This is one of them. That's Winsor Newton. We also use Gamlin, Richardson, and Williamsburg. Williamsburg is the pricey one. That's going to set you back some coin, but it is really worth it. It's some great stuff. Now, thanks, Bearded Celt. Now, Bearded Celt, you saw the one of the 7 Nas. I'm sure you rated during a couple of the Nazgul. Well, we've zoomed back in, but we can still probably see a decent amount of the Knight of Umbar here. All right, There's the Knight of Umbar here. Let's zoom out again so that you can see more of the Knight of Umbar and the water effects that we did. So this was our Monday stream. Yeah, we painted that one up on Monday. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. We have ourselves a new little Hobbit. Gandalf loves them all. Thank you so much, Bodacious Pie. Appreciate that. And of course, I like pie. Hobbits make pie. It's like, yeah, they also make pipeweed. It's like you really had to mention that, huh? You you sure you had to mention that? Fine, roll the dice. Okay, pipeweed was mentioned. Did I not call it? People have been watching about 5 minutes ago when we said if shireweed is mentioned, guess what happened? This is not a weighted dice. It's just a dice. It just happens. It just happens to work out that way. So yeah, that is whenever he mentions pipeweed, of course he gets very nervous because that's when our Dunlendings show up, and they are the drug enforcement agents of Middle Earth. They're setting fire to all of the pipeweed. Oh, speaking of which, Valfira, I have been printing the Conquest Creations Hobbit terrain, and by Hobbit terrain, I'm talking about cornfields, pumpkin patches, and wheat fields. Yeah, so we'll just we're gonna have to find something that looks suspiciously like a pipeweed plant, and we'll just have to 3D print a bunch of them and make a giant, shall we say, pipeweed field. So thanks, Pure Vita, appreciate that. I also have Smaug printed out. He will not fit on the screen here, so that'll be that's something I was hoping to maybe test out my new other filming areas on for videos. But yes, we have 3D printed a Smaug. His base is about 3 times the size of that dragon base. So yeah, that dragon, not Smaug. Okay, we've been doing a lot with our orange. Now we need to start getting in some of the other colors that are cooler colors, but also still mid-tones. How's about we work on our bases here? We're going to take this and some of our Van Dyke Brown. That's a warmer gray, and that is going to go on the floor here. Yeah, Valfira, what's interesting is he will have to be painted all in one piece, just like our dragon and our fell beast, because, well, the way the wings are, let's just put it this way, lots of green stuff has to happen. So yeah, it's all going to have to be assembled, and then the miracle of oil paints will be tested, Valfira. Yes, oil paints will be very much tested. It'll be like an SEC conference game. Yeah. It's not going to be, North Chattanooga State or something like that. It's going to be an actual conference game. Now, is that going to be too... That's a little bit too... I'm going to go back. We will backtrack here. That's the ice blue, actually, and the Van Dyke Brown. I'll save that for the Skelly friends here. That was basically our supercharged burnt umber from Gamlin. That's known as brown ochre. That's one of those reclaimed earth colors. So again, many thanks for the follows, because now we're at 89.95. No, that is not a sale at Home Depot. That is the follower count, and we just need a few more. Then we have a hype train, and we'll of course have many of the most beloved, feared, respected, hated characters, because we have a few of them. We have many, many characters, so it'll have to be a cavalcade of all of our characters if we, on the stream that we reach that. Like I say, you know who we haven't seen in a while? We haven't seen Schmandoff in a while. He is the older and much tougher big brother of Gandalf. Hey there, Doji. Great to see you. Happy Sunday there, Doji. Huge day of college football. Momentous upsets. Some near upsets. It was a spectacular day on the gridiron. You almost forget that there is such a thing as the NFL. Because this is where the fun is at. You know what? I want to get me too light over there. Just do a little cursory something, something, and that's it. So Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Pura Vida, I hope that everything has been going well for you. Good. We have another one here with plenty of not work on the base. And again, we painted, what was it, 15 of those gobos in a 12-hour stream. We also have more gobos somewheres over here. No, oh, there we go. Yeah, there's some more of our gobos right there. I almost went over to Grand. That was very full. We have to do that one again. We need to do that one again. So again, we appreciate all of the follows. Never could have imagined all those years ago, especially since Twitch, we started doing Twitch, or I did anyway, as more of an emergency thing to react to what was going on back in 2020. In 2019, I was still doing Facebook Live. So everybody please check out that link that Doji just posted. So Doji, actually I think this is the first time since the merger that all 4 teams in the NFC North all have 4 wins or more. That had never happened before. So Pura Vida, everything lately has been indoors because trying to make all those new filming areas. However, I was just bequeathed a articulating ladder, and that's kind of been the big stumbling block to literally been a stumbling block to trying to continue the outdoor stuff. So that'll be able to continue now. Because in order to do the next phase of this project in any manner of safety, that was needed. Yeah, Doji, I just, well, let me see. Let's see what some of them look like here. There you go. So there's that. You got one of those, and I think you also got one of the. Where's my Indian yellow? That's like virtually distilled. Okay, there we go. And that's my brilliant yellow pale. they look a little bit different, right? Horns fan, do you notice how there was a pause? Because that's what I was about to say. I was about to say NFC Central, and then I thought, wait a minute. Everybody's going to say, wait a minute. Tampa Bay doesn't use the Dreamsicle uniforms anymore, except on those weird special occasions. And if people don't know what I'm talking about, just look up Tampa Bay in the 1970s. I guess it was because they wanted to promote the Sunshine State or something. Yeah, Horns fan, just like we know that really what we are looking at is the APCC. There is no such thing as SEC or Big Ten. It's all the APCC. It's our new mega conference. Again, 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everyone makes the playoffs. The portal is open the entire game. You want to switch sidelines? As long as you got a jersey, you can switch sidelines during the game. That is no problem. Everybody's on scholarship. Let me throw a couple of lights down there again. This is the advantage of the oils. We're going to do the blending brush thing. Now, Doji, did you had a chance to see some of the film noirs with our dragon, right? And just the insane effect that that had, where the basically the source lighting completely disappears. That is, again, you know what's coming. You know that's what's going to happen, but every time you see it, it's just kind of, huh? Now we got some perlene black over here. That's a dark green. It's also a cooler green, and I'm going to start working some of that in here, and then we'll try and get some of the metals out there. Not just doing it for Gobbo skin. We're even going to throw some of that on our dwarves over here. Because, well, reasons. Ah, he's got okay, yeah, we'll have to just do a regular lighting on that. So now we're doing some of the cooler mid-tone stuff. Then we'll get to some of the cooler light tones. But let's say we still wanted to have their cloth be red or something like that. Well, we could do a cooler red. Right? That would just, it would be a red that has a little bit of blue in it, maybe even some green in the shadows, something like that. That would, in effect, create a look that, less orangey. Move on to the next one here. So everybody please check out the link that Doji shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. And again, that's what we're using here, using the oil paint. Doji, what was the one? Oh, there's Radiant Violet. I know we haven't used it in a while, but the Radiant Violet is always a good one. Oh, Radiant Gray. Right, Doji? Mix the violet and the green together, you get Radiant Gray. So that is that's one of the only things that can really, that just kind of pops out to my mind for, say, immediate usage. No, not there. A little bit there. And like I said, up here, that's where we're going to get our bluish gray colors. This guy here. So where are we at here? So 2 hours and 7 minutes ago. All of these had exactly no color on them. They were just some dark primer, that's it. Not black. Sort of taking a rust color and black, mix them together, make a dark brown. And none of that looks green, of course. Just looks like a gray. Yeah, the asphaltum and that is a nice combo. We will be doing some more skin tone videos for sure. Doji. Where is that one? Where'd that one bust go? It was out here somewheres. Oh, it's up here. Yeah. So this one right here, I think we used the asphaltum. No, did we use the Van Dyke Brown on that one? I could swear we used the asphaltum on that. Wait a minute, let me find a safe place to deposit that. Fine, we'll get a little bit of that on the dwarf's cloak. Some of that up here. And now on some of this stuff. And that is just our perlene black for now. We'll get some of the I keep wanting to call it shadow gray now. I never should have said that because that's just the Payne's gray. At least the Williamsburg Payne's gray. What was it I had? Oh yeah, I have to get Payne's gray from Gamlin, and then we can compare. We can have another Gamlin versus Williamsburg versus Windsor Newton comparison. I mean, I got to get more fast matte white anyhows, so. Doji, yeah, I think that would be really interesting. I could swear we did. Yeah, we definitely did blues and greens on this pre-glaze, didn't we? I would like to. I think I have a bust and some large-scale figs that we could have fun making that color skin tone. Because I don't know if we've really had a chance to do blue skin tone. There might have been. Oh, what the heck was it? Was it a Shatterpoint miniature that we did blue skin tone on? I don't remember. But see, now we're starting to get the cooler light tones there. Now keep in mind, these are just the ancient GW Goblin figures. So these figures are about 20, at least 23 years old. They go back a ways. Quite a ways, actually. Let's get some of our cooler light colors here. Some parts of the armor that is also not reached by the source lighting color. Again, that's our reflected light. That's off-camera lighting there. Whereas this is more of that ambient light. Well, that sounds good there, Recoil. That sounds very good. Recoil, I used the air fryer today in between some of the cookie decorating stuff to just do some sausages real quick. And you use the Ninja for that pizza, I'm sure. Hey, good morning there, Inganes. How you doing? Great to see you again. Happy Sunday. Now, I think actually, Doji, the Bears have a bye week because they were overseas. I forget. Oh yeah. Oh, are they playing Washington? No. I think they have maybe one other winnable game before the Washington game. I'm not sure. Now I'm thinking their next game is against Washington. Oh yeah, because of the bye week. Yep. These were their winnable games. Now we shall see. It's gonna be like things in college football where we see, okay, you're gonna be playing the big boys. Can you hang with the big boys? Yeah, Recoil. Now I don't know what kind of toppings and such you have on there. Oh yeah, actually Lula from next door. I was trying to get a package arrived today with more of my with more filament and resin. I think it was the first box to actually contain both of them in the same box. Usually the resin always came in a different box than the printer filament, but they both came in the same box today. Now we're trying to find again some more of our lighter greens here, but also a much cooler color. Right, because that is going to enhance what's going on with all of the fiery stuff there. And again, this is one of the old goblins here. I'm not sure if it was figures like the Fellowship were the first ones that GW did way back in the day. Not with the pepperoni. Can't go wrong with the pepperoni, right, Recoil? Well, you can go wrong by not putting enough of it on there. You, you have to make sure you have enough of that pepperoni on there so that every single bite has some pepperoni in it. JD, there was another mega day in college sports. Now, Tennessee beating Alabama is not a gigantic upset on its merits. It was 11 versus 8, but it basically knocks Alabama out of for now, out of the playoff picture. And it was a game that was Alabama's to win. Tennessee had done everything they could possibly do to lose the game. I mean, literally, if there was 20 things they could do to lose the game, they did 30 of them. And yet they still managed to win the game. And then, of course, you had some last-second survivals like Miami and also the Cyclones there from Iowa State. You had Illinois taking down Michigan, which that's very historic for Illinois. Oh boy. That's interesting there, Velfrey. You'll have to send me that recipe. That's like the college football slow cooker right there. That's the Fansville slow cooker recipe. I think. Oh, somebody's got to remind me. Take one of those frozen chickens out of the freezer, because by next week we're gonna need to do a slow cooker thing again. Yeah, I gotta remember to do that. Let me get a little bit of this up here. Some of it in there. So yeah, Pura Vida pepperoni goes a long ways. Gotta have that. And again, we're working on 6 of these guys tonight. 6 of them all at once. I was gonna try to get maybe 2 more of them prepared. I thought I could. There was no time for that, because we have the family thing tomorrow, and people kept adding, oh, can you find this? Can you bring this? So, yes, there was no time to prep any more of the gobos here. Now, I don't have a whole bunch of gobos. I only have about 25 of them, but I have Warg Marauders. I have a Cave Drake. I have a whole bunch of Cave Trolls. I think I got at least 5 of those painted now, including Alex. Yes, that's be another one of our characters we'd have to bring out should we make that 9,000 mark. Hey, there's Surface Tension. Great to see you. So Surface Tension, you want to share your link in the chat, please go ahead to the Mastodon site there with all of your fabulous oil painted miniatures. So Surface Tension, we got the dragon knocked off last night. Twitch was very twitchy also last night. So great to see you there, Surface Tension. Let's push this over that way. Couple more lights on those, and we'll we have to do the Skelly Friends too. We haven't really done a whole bunch on those. Alright, let's get back to this little gobble right here. See you later, Velfera. Well, I think I think that'll be a Monday stream because remember, Velfair, sometimes it goes down and then it goes up and then it goes down again. So that is very possible. Hey, Sarge. So sorry that Illinois kind of did a coup de grace on the season there. So thanks, Sarge. Appreciate that. Now I think we have to bring back the dragon, right? Right, Velfair, to do this the right way. We have to do this in style. So we bring in the dragon, and we're going to do this. Thanks, surface tension. Appreciate that. Now watch what happens as we turn off our light source. I mean, literally, is there any difference between that and that? There's none. I mean, it this we've seen it like 3 times on stream already, and it's still it's really hard to believe that's the case, right? Right, Valfera? Well, have a good night there, Valfera. See you on Monday. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's funny. Surface tension. It's family stuff that I gotta do tomorrow that has dominated the weekend, and of course, this is a cuisine channel here. More Halloween cookies with the new decor. Oh, Sarge, these are the new things that I got. Um, I mean, they are different from these because it's just a straight shot. There's nothing interrupting it here. But yeah, it's not all that much different than these guys right here. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Pura Vida. Thanks, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Sarge, actually, well, that's next week, right? Michigan State. And as we know, Sarge, in rivalry games, it's kind of like Army Navy. I don't know how many times Navy would come in 9-3 or something like that, and Army would be 1-10. And if Army didn't win, they came real close to winning. So yeah, that's you throw out the records and the stats and everything for that, right, Sarge? Now, Sarge, it's not Paul Bunyan's axe, right? That think that's Minnesota and Wisconsin, right? My apologies. I forget actually what the green and the maize and blue are playing for. I forget what the trophy is, so my apologies that I can't remember. I was about to say it, and then all of a sudden I couldn't remember. So see you later, Doji. Thank you so much for being here. And again, hopefully we'll be seeing you on your Tuesday with the Watcher in the water and some more sculpted water effects. So see you then, Doji. And again, thank you so much for being here. Now, Ohio State is the last game of the season, right, Serge? Now, of course, not too many folks are happy in Alabama right now either. But what's ironic is the last time that Alabama lost 2 games in a season was Nick Saban's first year. So go figure. Thank you so much, Recoil. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. What does that mean? What does that mean? I think we got one of these coming along. Look out. What do I hear? What do I hear coming down the track? I hear one of these. Whoa, there it is. There it is. Hype train. Or is the Hypno train? You want to use the oil paints. Yes. You wish to join the Linseed Brotherhood. Hey there, Nerifel. How you doing? Thank you so much. So thanks, Pura Vida. Thank you so much, Nerifel. I think I sent you the latest. I think I sent you the latest cookie pics, right, Nerifel? And oh, it's the brown jug. That's the moldy stuff in the brown jug. Yep. Now, of course, as we're getting closer and closer to our 9,000 followers again, we have special characters to come along. It's like, where's this? Where's that other cat of yours? You mean the dragon? He's like, whatever, the other cat. He's not a cat. Um, okay, then what is he? He's a dragon. Can't say I ever heard of one of those. We just don't have those where I come from. So, so there you go. There's some Prinkles. There's a Prinkles sighting. Like I said, we also, Schmandoff. We haven't seen Schmandoff in quite some time. Thank you so much, Nerifel. Appreciate that. Over 62% to a level
Hello,
2.
little hobbits. Spark my gun
We
jar.
have ourselves a new follower. Thank you so much, Emo. Appreciate that. Wow, that was a weird looking cat that just came out. It's like, that's a cat. He thinks the dragon is a cat. Fire breathing cats. What will they come up with next? Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. So, email, here you go. The big Gandalf 6. So, did I not, a while back, right? I said, if he talks about pipeweed, there's a 1. Did not mention pipeweed, there is no 1. However, I do believe we are required to do one of these. We're required to do one of these. Speaking of cookies, there it is. There's the glorious Hype Train cookie. There it is. All aboard the Hype Train cookie. There it is. Hype Train. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that, Nerifel. And thank you to Recoil. Thanks, everybody. Obviously, all that is super helpful. It's very, especially since I swear there's got to be somebody that does a 3D printable file of Super Toe. It's got to be somewhere. Let's see. So you got Cults 3D. You got My Mini Factory. Thingiverse. I guess that's another place to search for it. I'm trying to think of any other available places. So yes, as we get closer, well, we're 4 away. We need 4 more. 4 more follows. Next thing you know, big time celebration with a cavalcade of characters. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. The house is going to start smelling like peanut butter because this is the fabulous screwball stuff, right? That's the stuff where Kathy sent me the tiny little sample bottle. And lo and behold, our local pharmacy did actually have some of that. And when you combo that with the cranberry ginger ale or even the blackberry ginger ale, it is quite literally like drinking a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So thank you so much, Pura Vida and Surface Tension. Now, do we get ourselves to a level 3? Okay, we're halfway, well, a little over halfway to a level 3. Can that be achieved in time? We've got 2 minutes 7 seconds. 2 minutes 7 seconds to reach all level 3. So we appreciate all of the Hype Train vibes. Thank you so much. And of course, Nerifeld, if there's anything you wanted to post in the chat, please go ahead. Oh, by the way, these things, we're going to change those. No way the firelight should be reaching up there. We are going to reach over, grab one of these because we want to fill up that jar with goodness. Thank you so much, Nerifel. So Pura Vida, yeah, it's called Screwball. It's basically SKREW Screwball. So it's not the it's not screwdriver. No vodka involved. But again, you mix that with the cranberry ginger ale, or especially the cranberry ginger ale. Bam! It is literally very much a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Kind of looks like it too. All right. I do believe we got ourselves a level 3. A level 3 means we get not one hype train, There's one. Wait a minute. Wait for it. There's a second hype train. Two hype trains for the price of one. Thank you so much, Pura Vida. Level 3 hype train. There it is. Going to hypnotize you. You wish to use the oil paints. Yes, you do. Is there any? Boy, there's not a whole lot on him that would really. I guess we'll just go more into our fast matte white here. Not going to use the. Well, fine. We'll use a little bit of the ice blue. So Pura Vida, actually, one of the things that's kind of changed. Well, not changed, but something that's been added over the last, I want to say month or so, has been the Williamsburg Paynes Gray. That has proven to be have a lot of utility. It's sort of like Indigo 2.0, if that makes any sense. But yeah, it's kind of like Indigo 2.0. It kind of functions in a similar way. It is also a very matte. It's a very matte color. So thanks Pura Vida, thank you so much Nerifelt, and of course thank you so much Surface Tension and Recoil, because it takes more than one person to make the hype trains happen. And we may have had one or two of those over the last 4.5 years and 1 week. Yes, it's been 4.5 years plus 1 week. And thank you so much. Rico is like, oh, you can't do it by yourself? I'm going to show you. Rico says, yeah, I'll make this happen single-handedly. Thank you so much, Recoil. Speaking of which, we may have to refresh our medicine. We might just have to do that. Tragic as it is, we might have to refurbish and restock on medicine. I think it was 3 different containers. Again, they're little small things like this big, Pura Vida, that Kathy's sister sent me, I want to say about a month and a half ago. Maybe not even that long. Might have only been a month ago. And one of them is an apple whiskey. This is basically whiskey with a peanut butter flavor. Yeah, so it's basically peanut butter flavor whiskey. And well, when we had our first block party in many, many, many years ever in the neighborhood, someone had a whole bottle of this stuff. And I don't mean the tiny little sample bottle that I had that lasted me 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. Yeah, he knocked this down in a couple of hours. Let's just say we haven't seen him since. He was a little worse for wear after that. It's Paul Bunyan's ask. Oh, Michigan versus Michigan State is the Paul Bunyan. Let's see. The Old Oaken Bucket has already been done. That was no, that was Illinois Purdue. That's the Cannon. Oh, that was Indiana. That's right. Was that Wisconsin, Indiana, or something like that for the Old Oaken Bucket? It's been a while there, Sarge. I'm trying to remember. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. Now, Pura Vida, I don't know if you saw this video, but it had this. So this is very much like indigo here. Now, I have to say it is a little bit more translucent than, say, the Winsor Newton indigo, but it's super staining. Nobody said that about Payne's Gray ever before. Certainly not me. But see how matte it is? That's the key point. This is actually one of the key features is how matte that is. Now, let me show you something here. Now, that's the Egyptian violet. There it is. Now, you can see there's some sheen there. That's the Williamsburg indigo. And as you can see, it's got some sheen to it. So I believe it or not, heresy as it is, I kind of prefer that to the indigo. Okay, I guess there's a hype chest. Let's see what happened here. Um, okay, so I'm not sure what that. There's a. I'm not sure what that is, but let's do one of these. Let's do one last choo choo right here. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Here it is. It's coming right at you. There it is. Choo choo. At least now we know we have an infinite amount of batteries to power this instead of thinking there were C batteries that go in this, because that does kind of look like right in here, right? C batteries would go in there. Oh no, that would be double A batteries. Those C batteries are still sitting around here. I just figured, well, okay, hopefully we get to use them at some point. So Indiana, Purdue, that's right. And that was 3 weeks ago for the old Oaken bucket. I think the Apple Cup is in November, right, Sarge? That would be Washington State. Let's see. Well, obviously we already had our Red River. Oh, Bedlam. We haven't had Bedlam yet. We also haven't had Alabama Auburn yet. So we still have that to go. And of course, next week is Navy Notre Dame. And of course, Navy is undefeated. That is going to be, wow. I think that's going to be my target game for next week. And again, Sarge, hoping for easy travel. Hoping for travel as easy as possible. And maybe a less expensive alternative for boarding the hounds has emerged. So I'm not sure what that's supposed to be, Pura Vida, but that was the reward or whatever for having the hype train. And thank you so much for teaming up again with Recoil, Surface Tension, Nerifeld, and Sarge to make that happen. So thank you so much. What? There we go. Oh, Sarge, I don't know if you had. I don't think you had a chance to post your pictures of the tiger in the chat yet. Now, Sarge, geez, obviously you're on the road there. I'll try and I don't know if you had a chance to find those blog posts. I'll try and see if I can locate those for you, Sarge, because I really think that really thin underlayment foam, and then putting the plaster on top, and then kind of breaking away the plaster to make it look like the stucco is falling off the building. That might kind of give you the results that you're looking for. I mean, that's again what I did for my bolt action stuff. Now, again, you think these gobos, they look kind of scary, right? They look kind of dangerous. Well, there's something much scarier, far more dangerous. When the dwarves dug in the deep, you think, oh, they found a Balrog, right? That was the end of Khazad-dûm. This was the end of Khazad-dûm. These are the mimes, yes, the mimes of Moria. Jetez-moi, that says toss me. Maybe you can't toss a dwarf, but you can toss a goblin. You can see, and there he is. There's the parasol guy in the back. There's the pogo stick guy. Of course, and they're very fashionable. They are very supremely fashionable. Look at all those hats. Chef's hats, top hats, berets, naturally. Now, again, I always question the fact that the chef right there, he has that very toasty baguette in his, bare hand, or just his glove hand. Maybe he's not the smartest of all the lutin. That's what the French word for goblin is. Now, of course, Charles de Gaulle there. Look at that very dapper mustache. Super dapper mustache and 2 stars. 2 stars on his hat. Of course, these guys right here, Francois and Pierre, now they said, we are the stars of this team. So tackling, blocking, they weren't really into that. They said, no, we are master sommelier. We don't do that rough stuff. Uh, but again, you need somebody to judge a fine merlot or something like that. They're your trolls. Back when we did this team in 2006, which actually still is after these goblins that I'm painting now, there were no plastic Blood Bowl goblins. I basically had to take metal ones and chop them up and try to resculpt them as best as I could. Those two trolls that you saw, they were also metal. So basically, I had to take a pair of, side cutters, whatever, trying to hack parts of them off, and then do resculpting from there. Now these guys did make the playoffs in both seasons that they played. They averaged almost 3 touchdowns a game. So Huskies versus is it Cougars or is it Wildcats? Of course, there's about 15,000 college teams that are called Wildcats. Well, let me see. Okay, Northwestern Wildcats. I think the Kansas State, they're Wildcats, right? Who else? Who else are wild? Kentucky, right? There's who else? What other college teams also have that Wildcat moniker? Um, hey, Harumph, how you doing? So Washington State is the Cougars. Washington State are Cougars. Arizona State Sun Devils. Trying to think who. No, BYU. Never mind. I'm trying to think who else has that name. So Harumph, how the heck are you doing? Everybody, please check out the work on the tiger there. Now Sarge, I still remember all the road wheels, all the printed road wheels that you had, and of course the interlocking, which the only thing worse for you would have been to been a tanker and have to deal with that in the reel, because that was a bit of a chore getting all those wheels on there. So Harumph, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Sunday. It is 1:35 on a Sunday here. And oh yeah, looks like we are 4 followers away from the great magical number that has no significance except to us. Should be really interesting to the celebration that will happen. All those fun characters that will emerge. I'm trying to think the last time we actually had a Schmandorf sighting. Heck, we haven't had a Galadriel sighting in a while. And I mean, not only do we have plenty of Galadriels, we have 2 Dark Queen Schmaladriels. So we have infinite numbers of. Heck, we have 3 Denethors now. I think we've got 4 or 5 Sarumans. Of course, there's only one Prinkles, right, Nerifel? There can be only one. All the rest of them just have their heads chopped off, I guess. Now, let me see. So, Boise State, they did not go into the Pac 3.5, right? They went into the Big 12, didn't they? That's for sure, right, Nerifel? I don't want to speculate. I know you've told me how many times. I'm starting to think it's practically 2 digits. It's not just like single-digit incidents of that. Well, Harumph will try to Well, it's been a very active stream. We'll try to make sure that there's enough chill for you here so that you can kind of enjoy a little bit of serenity, get all kind of chilled out and back to sleep there. Actually, Nerifil, if you said it was 11 times, I would not have questioned that because it seems like it's, well, I'm sure to you it seemed like 20. Uh, I, it's like you magnetized it, Nerifil, and you're walking around on a steel plating because it seems to have fallen that many times. I want to try and get me a little bit of brass, bronze, whatever's here on the dwarf's helmet. We'll maybe try to get some greens on there too. Well, I don't know. That with the gobbo there, I think we don't want to do that. Uh, oh, you know what? It's because it has wings. It has wings, Nerville, so it thinks it can fly. That must clearly be the reason. Clearly, that is the reason why. Now, let me see if I can get the Indian yellow here combined with the fast matte white. Well, there was a little more Indian, well, thinner than I wanted, but the Indian yellow tints it just a little. We need some of this here. We also have just his, well, his skull there. Actually, have some ribs over there. Harumph, yeah, they did actually, believe it or not, they went to the playoffs twice because they scored a lot of touchdowns. I didn't just throw the Goblin on offense. I threw the Goblin just as much on defense. Because you'd be surprised how many folks don't give a thrower block. And if your little Gobbo has block, and he happens to land next to that thrower or near that thrower, well, now all of a sudden yes, it's 2 dice the other guy's call, but there's like 9 things that are going to knock down that thrower, and there's only 3 that's going to knock you down. So you actually have a decent chance of us separating the thrower from that ball. And of course, now you're already far in the opponent's backfield. All right, well, have a good Sunday with the family. There's Surface Tension. Hopefully, we see you on Tuesday there with, again, a return to our nautical theme. Yeah, sorry, I just can't even imagine. Talk about some pressure, right? That's some pretty extreme pressure, and there's not exactly a Jiffy Lube around or something like that, is there? So yeah, recoil. What would happen is we'd just toss that goblin, and of course everybody has all of their guys forward. So we would throw the goblin. He lands again in the backfield, hopefully anyway. And then he's throwing a block on that throw, and there's obviously not going to be a bunch of guys around that thrower who's way back by the ball. Let me get some of this lighter stuff in here. That's going to go up on the here. Start to pick out some more. I want our Skelly friends here too. Now recoil, there's so many new teams. I guess there's a gnome team. There's a berserker team. There are so many teams that I just have no idea what they do. I guess that the Snutling team has been changed. They actually have the pump wagon or something like that now. Of course, we're all we're waiting to see, right, what's going to happen with Middle Earth SPG. I mean, it would be there's a part of you that would think, oh, this would be great if it has kind of that same buzz and appeal as it did way back in 2001, 2, 3. But everything comes with a price, right? Recoil. That attention might come with a price. Also, recoil, I think there was a raid at the time, but well, I think Lula next door set new standards for treachery. Yeah, because Lula, as I was trying to bring this package in, Lula Lily ran into the house, but only just to immediately lie down on the floor in the living room and turn over on her back and say, "Okay, pet me now. I'm in the safe house." So yeah, that they wonder where the heck Lula got off to. She was in the house and didn't try to, go around exploring the house or anything. To just immediately just kind of drop down on the carpet, said, I'm just gonna lay here and you'll pet me here. Which then led to Lula not being separated from me for at least the next 20 minutes or so. And there was at one point that the family tried to like pick her up and take her away, and she started growling at him, which that was quite the surprise for them. So this is back to the Van Dyke Brown mix here, and that is going to combine onto some of our texture ore again. This is the Dwarven texture ore from Green Stuff World. Where are we at? So almost 3 hours in, and again we have made a whole bunch of progress on our 6 different. I keep wanting to say 5, but there's 6 of them here. 6 gobos, all with the object source slitting, with the non-metallic metals, of course. On the armor, we're going to be coming back with some darker stuff, possibly maybe Van Dyke Brown combined with the Perlene Black for a super dark green that has a little more warmth to it. Speaking of what, I'm going to take that away. That's where we're experimenting with the, well, essentially burnt umber. That would be the brown ochre. That's one of those reclaimed earth colors from Gamlin. Hit this again. And of course, Nerifel, if there's anything you would want to share in the chat there. Pura Vida, I don't know if there's something that you want to share, something maybe you were working on. And Pura Vida, I think we were talking about, right, this one here, last time you were in, and the fact that most of the face was primer, and most of that cloak was primer. Well, primer mixed with ink, I should say. Primer mixed with ink. So many fun things that you can do. No problem there, Nerifel. I think I sent you pictures of the new photo booth, right? The new gigantic one. The one that is the Survivalists photo booth. Yeah, because, well, it has that, obviously, for photographs, it's got that sort of silver, literally has the silvery lining on it. So thank you so much, Pura Vida. Appreciate that. So Pura Vida, well, actually Thursday is Halloween, so we will be doing our normal stream there, at least most likely I should be. We will be doing the special stream on Tuesday. That'll be the 29th. So we're going to try and do that one. Hey there, Runic. Everybody, please give Runic Raccoon a follow. So Runic, oh geez, I still have to send still have to send Lethal Shadows a message just to see if he's still alive after all this. And of course, Runic, if you want to, I know you got your class that you're going to be doing at the next. I think there's like 10,000 different versions of packs. There's like packs East, West, Unplugged, Replugged. I mean, there's packs with hair plugs. I mean, there's all kinds of different versions of packs out there. I can't keep them straight. I know that was it ECCC. I know is that December. I don't think it's November. I think it is December. Thanks, Runic. Runic, did you see the dragon that we did last night? I think you saw the Balrog because I could swear you were in that stream. Well, speaking of 4 years, 6 months, and a week, thank you so much, Landras. Uh-oh. We need another peanut butter jelly sandwich there. So you saw the Balrog. Let's do this, because this was last night's stream. Why don't we back out here? Our dragon has no head. Now he does. So this was last night's stream. This is about 5 hours, 15 minutes or so. There's Mr. Dragon. Can't have Moria without a dragon. Now I've got a dragon and a drake. I have a draken. And there we go. So yeah, Runic, we did 7 Nazgul so far. 2 Knight of Umbar. It wasn't. We didn't just do one. We did 2 of those. We did the Shadow Lord. We did. Who else did we do? The Betrayer. I think one of them we could definitely say was the Dark Marshal. And I've got the Undying mostly put together. We printed up the last parts of him. Of course, we'll be doing another Witch King, at least one. And of course, all different kinds of glow. Tons of different types of glowy things. Where's our... here he is. So this one was pretty fun. Still in, well, oh no, he's not the one with the Rohan snacks. So I still have to determine, which one is he gonna... He might be the Dwemerlick, that's right. I think he could be the Dwemerlick. And then the Undying, that one, oh, that's Navaret Studios. So Runic, we actually have assembled the Rohan building, because that kit came out, I want to say at least a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, actually. So the building's been out for a while. It is interesting to see new plastic characters and, well, obviously the new plastic Rohan, and there's never been plastic Dunlendings of any kind. The plastic Rohan that they introduced definitely are right along line with the existing old plastic Rohan. They just introduced another one of the Dunlending characters. They showed off that miniature that is Freka. I think they've also shown the Helm Hammerhand miniature, but they haven't shown Hera. So we haven't seen the Hera miniature yet. Still speculating as to whether the... I can't imagine it's going to come out before the movie. Now, how long after the movie, we shall see. Now, the Rohan building kit, that is, if you want to spend a whole bunch of money, you could... I think it would take 7 or 8 of those to build Medjugorje. Yeah, it would take at least, I say, 7 to 8 of those building kits, because they're designed to be modular, so you could take the walls and construct a different type of building with them. Of course, we shall see what happens with the rules changes. Is it just where they kind of maybe get rid of the alliance matrix? They have already ditched all of the special attacks. It seems like they want to do something more with fate. They also want to essentially add kind of an intelligence skill. I think they wanted to expand on the fight skill metric too. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. Using a D6. If they would just go to a D10 or something, there would be all kinds of flexibility. But don't think that is on offer. And of course, Runic, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And again, thank you so much for the follows, as we're only 4 away now. We only need 4 more follows to reach, again, a really fun number that has absolutely no significance as far as rewards or whatever. There is 0 awards for achieving that number. It just would be fun. So we appreciate all the new little hobbits that have signed up during the stream here to be part of the Linseed Fellowship. Raccoon, when I did my baseball strategy game, it was a 3d6 curve. And there was so many fun results that you could throw into those charts. It made everything very expansive and very fun. You could have all kinds of interesting modifiers to that. Because instead of, okay, you're at over half range, it's -1, or you're at close range, it's +1. Oh, this was very fun because you could just say if you do this type of action, you go down this band on the chart, or you go up a band on the chart, which is very different than just adding +1s and subtracting -2 or something. So I loved my 3d6 charts. Now here we're getting into the whole reason that dark is going in there is to establish that harder edge. Remember, edge contrast. It's one of those ways we can show that something is a very hard surface like metal. So Runic Raccoon says that Battletech makes use of that. So yeah, essentially, if you are, say you're trying to swing, kind of that home run swing, you want to maybe hit a fly ball with a guy on third base less than 2 outs. Well, if you do happen to hit a fly ball, some good things can happen. However, the strikeout bands, you go from band 10 down to band 9 and 11. And again, that's on a 3d6. And there's a lot of ways you can get 9, 10, and 11 on a 3d6, because guess what? Those are the most common numbers. Right? That's kind of dead set in the middle of that chart. And of course, let's see. Oh yeah, if you roll triples of certain things, that set off special plays like, well, 2 outfielders run into each other, rain delays, players ejected for arguing the call with the ump. Of course, Runic Raccoon, one of the things I've been trying to find out, if anybody knows where you can 3D print Super Toe. Oh my god, I'm not going to have time to look that up after the stream here. There's way too much other stuff to do. But I have got to do, it's the search for Super Toe. Is there a 3D printable version of that? So it's a toy that we used to play with when we were young, Runic. And basically, he kicked field goals. So you would set up a little plastic football in front of him, and you'd whack him in the head, and his toe would kick forward, and it would kick this little plastic football. And just word to the wise, don't try to kick 70-yard field goals with that, because his head is going to end up where his knees should be, which was that was the end of Super Toe. He had a career-ending injury trying to attempt a 70-yard field goal. However, if you could 3D print something like that, and he gets injured, it doesn't matter. The transfer portal is always open. You just print some more. So Runic Raccoon says the actual Super Toe is on eBay. I wonder if I wonder if they sell new ones on Amazon. But that is definitely something. Oh my gosh, that was well, with my brother and I replacing the basement floor, the little hash marks were gone, but we actually used tape to put hash marks on the basement floor to distinguish the yard markers. Now, I don't know if that's like the old original one. It's interesting that he's only 22. Amazon does not have one. Okay. It's funny that Amazon has the old electronic games from Coleco. There was also another toy we were talking about that basically is about a 99% chance you're going to get hit in the eye with it. It's sort of like indoor lawn darts. It was a baseball game that was the stadium was shaped like a bowl, and the pitcher would just roll the ball down a chute, almost like a bowling ball or something. And it was this little marble, and the batter was trying to hit this, and of course, the guy that was pitching, his head was right where the ball was going to go. And yeah, there was a high probability you were going to get hit in the face with that ball. That just built character. Yes, indeed. That just builds up character. Do we want to? Is that cloth or is that armor? Again, these are the old 2001 versions or whatever of these things. So Rico says it's 55 on eBay. That's that is hilarious. So we'll have to see. Is there a 3D printable version of Super Toe on my mini factory or one of those places? Because I would definitely have to print out one for my brother. That's for sure. I mean, heck, I don't know. I might even just have to get the $22 Super Toe, and that would be a surprise Christmas present for him for sure. Yeah, I can't quite do that right now. Well, something we'll have to wait till after the stream. Oh, you know what? Let me get some of my regular light on this thing here. Is there? Oh, there's a little bit of chainmail over here. Thanks, Runic. Appreciate that. And of course, Runic, if there's anything you want to share, please go ahead and share whatever. And of course, Rico, if you want to share the links to the buggies and stuff again. It's been a little while. We have a whole bunch of new people here, I'm sure. Surface tension, of course, you want to share your Mastodon link again there. Now, the one thing we have to do is, speaking of edges and such, I need to get my darker. Yeah, that is not indigo, but it looks so much like indigo. That's the Williamsburg Paynes Gray. That's going to go right there. Look at that. See how that just sharpened up that edge? Hey, Scrap Metal Dragon, how you doing? Nice to see you there, Scrap Metal Dragon. Hope that you're doing well. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. You know what we're also going to do? We're going to do this here. Oh, yeah, that really enhances that. So everybody please check out that Insta link that Rico just posted and give Rico a follow. So Scrap Metal, I'm sure that was really fun, really amazing. And hopefully everything went as you hoped. And of course, Scrap Metal, if there's anything from that you want to post in the chat or something like that, please go ahead and do so. So again, Scrap Metal, thank you so much for being here. Gotta do same thing here. See how that really sharpens up that edge? Hey, there's Sector X. Well, so Scrap Metal came home with a lot of scrap resin. I'm guessing an awful lot of resin, right, Scrap Metal? So Sector X, how you doing? It was another amazing day of college football. We covered it all here on the Wappeville Sports Network because, of course, here we report the news before it is news. And did we not call it? Did we not say that number ones are going down left and right? It was chaos and carnage in the top 20. Sectorix, I know you were saying that there was a wee bit going on there that, shall we say, required immediate attention, and then more immediate attention, and then again more immediate attention. And of course, what are we using here? The fabulous, amazing, yeah, this is what we're using here on our Balrog, and then also on our dragon. So there's another little, that's another configuration that we did there, where we just glued it directly on there. It was as much a height issue. Now, that actually did help as far as height goes, as far as getting it on camera. So it was another reason why we just glued it like that. That's, well, Sectorix, I think that's about 7 years worth of house disasters in a week. Yeah, that's, and like you say, they come in bunches. They don't come individually wrapped, do they? Yes, you didn't want the variety pack. You just want the singles. Well, congratulations there. And of course, Sectorix, if you would like to, if you have any pictures of that posted somewhere and you want to share those, please go ahead and do that. So congratulations there, Sectorix. Armies on Parade, that is, what would you say? That's the thing that I definitely enjoy the most. Much more than, the Golden Demons. Yeah, Scrap Metal, definitely do that. And of course, Shore Sectorix, definitely share the Insta there. And of course, these are from Battlecraft Supplies. And now, we haven't been able to search for Super Toe on My Mini Factory. You won't find these on My Mini Factory. These are printed. You have to buy the printed versions. Maybe at some point there will be STL files. So we got some Discord. Yeah, those are Discord links from Scrap Metal Dragon, from Scale Model Show, and then we've got, of course, Sectorix Insta there. So please check those out. Please check those out. You know what? We need to get some dark stuff in there. Now he is sort of casting a shadow down onto him. Oh yeah, by the way, we're 3 hours 14 minutes in. We have painted 6 of these guys. Oh, and a level 3 hype train was a level 4. That was level 3. It's a level 3 hype train. And again, thanks everybody for the hype train. Thank you everybody for the bits and the subs. And again, we appreciate all the follows. Because again, each one gets us closer to that goal, which again, there's 0 fabulous prizes for that. However, when we do hit it, that means we'll have a cavalcade of our favorite characters. Yeah, Sector. I wonder. Well, let's see. Well, Stila is there, and they tend to really. Wow. If you're looking for the 1/700 scale, the 1/48 scale, 1/72 scale model kit, I mean, they just have tons and tons and tons of them there, don't they? There's no shortage of those kits over in Japan. Oh, this is a situation. We gotta get back to our lighter stuff over here. Now, that is not actually white. That is the... for now... Nope, we better do the fiery stuff on the bottom of that. Let's just do our fast matte white here if we can. So yeah, I can only imagine all the... and a lot of neat painting supplies and such. Probably all kinds of great things. Oh, that's really... oh, that's very cool there, sorry, Scrap Metal Dragon. I'm sure, well, I guess Nocturna was there, and Pegaso, Chimera. You know, I'm going to try and get the white up there. Now, let's see what we got here in terms of our... okay, let's get the orange into the yellow here. And, oh good, our magenta's still there. I need some kind of suggestion of the orange down there, yeah. Otherwise, not going to work. We need some of it under there. What's happening down there? It's that's kind of funny. I was oh yeah, Midsummer Murders. I did. The only reason I think of that is because Tom Barnaby at one of these crazy village fairs had to run the tombola machine. And that's not really much of a machine, it's just a little drum that spins around. Sector X, when that arrives, definitely send me some pictures of that. There was all kinds of craziness with the Bamboo X1 over the last couple of weeks with the... I just didn't realize back when I first started to use it that the little plate recognition marker that's on there, well, can be very easily scraped away, and that even if it's partially marred, it just starts to have this, oh, I can't locate the build plate anymore. So then I bought a hot plate thinking, okay, that's got a brand new marker on it and everything. Well, that didn't work so well because it still had the same issue. Sometimes I think it didn't matter what file it was. I'm going to try and paint me a little crack on here. No, not with that. We're going to get the Van Dyke Brown, and that's going to go here. These little sculpey stones, just carved, just baked, carved sculpey clay. then I just was mystified because I knew that the printer, I thought it came with at least one, if not two extra build plates. Well, they're essentially stickers, giant stickers that you put on top of the original plate so that it can recognize that stupid little barcode at the bottom. Had I known that, I wouldn't have been scraping the. Yeah, it's not like I scraped it off where it's invisible. It's just somewhat scraped. I'm just glad it wasn't just a me thing, but it was driving me nuts because I kept looking for build plates, which are very different from a pair of stickers. Because that while they might be this almost the same physical size, there's a little difference in weight. One is basically a sort of flexible plate that is magnetized. The other is just a little sheet of plastic. But now that I'm aware of this thing, when I scrape that file off of there, we go nowhere near that stupid little symbol, that's for sure. Not a bad idea there, Sectorix. I'm gonna, take a picture with my phone, scan it, put it in 1,000 different places. Yeah, again, it's lessons learned. It's another one of those hard lessons. I was actually going to make a printing workshop episode on that. So, Sectrix, I hope you don't mind if I maybe include that, just that idea. Like, take a picture of this thing. Well, first I just wanted to inform people, like, hey, don't forget, the X1 Carbon does come with two more of these. And I only saw it by accident because it almost fell on me. So yes, the Bamboo X1 Carbon. Just realize that you can scrape that plate recognition marker right off of there. And again, Sectrix, thanks for working up some of the different versions of these. Every version, every permutation has proven advantageous for one task or another. And I know that was really something that you wanted to do, is definitely have kind of take it and say, okay, what kind of things can be added to it to enhance it? That's yeah, scrap metal. I can say, entertaining as that is, most likely I would be. That would not be my first choice. Probably not my second choice. I cannot confirm nor deny it wouldn't be my third or fourth choice, but it certainly wouldn't be my first choice. But yeah, I do think Sectorix that the other folks have gotten them, and it's been a huge help for them too. And again, these are from Battlecraft Supplies, and they're incredibly handy because of the flexibility, and then of course the ability to put weights in them. Right, because this here dragon, also the Balrog, that's somewhat top heavy, right? Oh, there's a whole bunch of metal in there. There's metal and sand in there, because see this, that unscrews there. And
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
we want to say thank you so much for our newest little hobbit, which gets us one more closer. Thank you so much, Puppy Dog. Appreciate that. It's like, yeah, you again. It's like, yeah, look at my little buddy here. His name is George. I'm not thinking that's his name. It's like, well, what are you talking about? That's not a super common dwarf name. I'm just saying. What's gonna happen on our big Gandalf 6? Another solid roll. Again, what was not mentioned? Pipeweed. Mentioned pipeweed, and it happened already on stream. We got that. We haven't actually gotten a Scandalf 6 yet, but 4s and 5s, those are solid rolls. So thank you so much, Poppy Dog. Appreciate that. Yeah, Sector X, very, very, very handy. Oh, by the way, these are just bits of Sculpey here. Now, the Sculpey clay, I think this is an easier one to see. So that's the baked Sculpey clay using the texture roller. Also baked Sculpey clay. This, however, is the much softer, easier to carve regular Sculpey. Not Super Sculpey, not Sculpey 2 or 3. And then this is the gray extra firm. And I believe we have some chunks here that we can show you. So again, that's the gray extra firm. It's very easy to roll out, and it's nice because you can see you can break pieces away from it, you can carve it, and that's what we did here. Of course, we always recommend baking your Sculpey on a ceramic tile for a variety of reasons. If you bake it on a cookie sheet, well, your Sculpey cookies are not as delicious as you might think, and that's what they will taste like. They'll taste like Sculpey. The other thing is those metal trays, they flex. They flex and they warp as they get heated up, which means you're not going to have flat Sculpey sheets. The other thing that can happen too is that the metal tray transfers a whole bunch of heat to the Sculpey, which now all of a sudden your Sculpey maybe is getting a little bit warmer than you want it to. And again, the Sculpey, you can bake it in a conventional oven. So these again are from Battlecraft Supplies Armored Wolf. Just posted the link to the Etsy page, right? Yep, that's an Etsy page. Where's my... here he is. Some more stuff on... oh, his shoes here and this armor up here. We need to do something with that. Let me try something like this here. Indian yellow. And some of our white. So thank you so much for all the follows. We are now 3 away. Count it. 3 away from potential celebrations again with so many of our favorite characters. We already saw Prinkles making a few guest appearances. Again, we've got a few that we have not seen in quite some time, like, say, Schmandorf. That's Gandalf's much bigger and older and tougher brother. But even Alex the Cave Troll. And, well, some of our Galadriels. We haven't seen Galadriel in quite some time. Ever since Galadriel got the one true ring, I think she's big time in us. That's what I think it is. Yeah, Galadriel is big time in us now that she's got the one true ring. And of course, well, I got 2 Galadriels sitting out in another room because, again, we had to make room for all of our big guys. Thank you so much, Kamazan. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. We get closer and closer. Yeah. You guys aren't really good with those bows. He's like, well, then why does this dwarf have a bunch of stuff sticking out of him? It's like, well, there's like 10,000 of you, and there's one of him. It still counts as one. Oy. Thank you so much for that follow. Here he is, the begin of 6 again. Once again, a solid roll. Just trying to avoid the 1. That's the big thing. Avoid the 1. Eventually, who knows, maybe on the one that's 9K, that'll get us our big Gandalf 6. Nice to see again there, Arid. So yeah, Arid, no idea what in the world was going on last night with Twitch. There was not the machine, and it wasn't the internet here. It was just the thing. So Arid, I hope that your stream was a great one today. And of course, if you want to post your Pinterest links in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So everybody, please give Erdican Wave a follow. And of course, hopefully you've made more and more and more progress on all those projects you have going. I know there's well, you have the one mega project that you've been working on. So everybody please check out that link that Erica and Wife just shared. No, I don't want to have white fletching. Not on the oh. Okay. Yeah. We need to get some more of our cooler colors up here. That is way too much of the red up there. I'm gonna start by doing this. When in doubt, make things darker. So we're doing that first. Okay. Now let's get some cooler colors in there. So thank you, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel. We did, just the other day, posted a shortened session on painting that first Nazgul on the on Fellbeast. Now, of course, if you want to see the the full episodes, all of the Twitch sessions here, they're all saved as highlights. It's kind of like a YouTube channel, but no ads. No ads whatsoever. Now there's no playlist either, but what you can do is each one has a thumbnail. You say, I want to see a Balrog or a dragon or whatever. You look through the thumbnails. You say, ah, there he is. I want to see that dragon painted. Arid, I need to. Well, I don't have any dogs to. Although I suppose you could say I did walk the neighbor's dog out of my house. Yes, that's what happened. Yes, Lula's obsession. That's what they call it. They say, I am Lula's obsession. Wherever I am, that's where Lula wants to be. Okay. A little bit of light there. Oh, by the way, all the dwarf casualties that you're seeing, those are from Kurzlik. And I'm just going to bring out the Dragon here because there's a whole bunch of these little casualties on here. So you can see some of them hanging out over here. There's another guy. He's laying down. He's sleeping over there. And there's, oh yeah, one more, two more over here. So yeah, those are from Kurzlik. That was part of his Khazad-dûm release. Cave Drake. We painted the Cave Drake on stream. So you want to see, like, okay, the Cave Drake. All you gotta do is look through all the highlights, and eventually you're gonna run across a picture of that Cave Drake. And he was on a base the same size as the dragon, so he's a similar thing. By the way, that dragon is from Diwali, also 3D printed. These guys here are the ancient, in the extreme ancient, GW plastic goblins. These guys that I'm painting here, if they're not 23 years old, they gotta be at least 21 or 22. So see you in a bit there, Arid. And again, thanks for being here. Everybody, please give Erica and Wife a follow. That is the Perline Black, a very dark green, mixed with our little bit of Van Dyke Brown. Not really to make it darker, just to kind of give it a little bit more of a warmer hint to it. So going a little warmer hit there. Come on. See, here's another. Can't have the orange up there, so we're gonna just knock it down with the darker stuff first. Also up here too, yeah. So we'll do that. Now I will bring in maybe the same stuff that we do on the rocks. Where's that Van Dyke Brown? There it is. That is it's a warmer gray, but also a dingier gray. Also too dark of a gray. Let's lighten that up a little. And of course, we always have ourselves a blending brush. In this case, this is like a micro blending brush. So there we go. That makes a whole lot more sense. My goodness, it's even up here. We're gonna just scour away some of that yellow up there. There's just too much of that. That is not even pointing down to where the so that again, that is the off-camera lighting, as we call it, off-camera light source. So now 2 away, as we said at 89.98. Again, that's not retail as that might sound. That's not some super sale somewhere. That is the followers. And we say thanks to everybody that has generously followed during this episode here to get us closer to that mark. And of course, so many folks have been watching these streams from the get-go. Of course, Armored Wolf has seen every second and listened to every second of it over the last 4 years, 6 months, and 1 week. The emotional scars, I'm sure, are there. The mental scars can never be recovered from. That much exposure to the silly Marillion and to the idle ramblings of me. More of our light down here. And a couple of these things. Fast matte white. Let me haul this over here. Indian yellow. I want to try something here. I'm going to try this. So the Indian yellow, the fast matte white. Then I want to see what happens when we toss in the magenta and the Armored Wolf. I didn't get a chance to see that Zorn palette clip yet. It's so funny. I can't even remember what the heck the Zorn palette is supposed to be. I know obviously how many people have asked me if I've done the Zorn palette. So I'll definitely have to watch that. So thanks for sending that. I still have to get Kaput Mortem. I don't think that's available on Dick Blick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't get Kaput Mortem on Dick Blick. We're out of peanut butter and jelly right there. That's we need more P&J right there. Yeah, we need some of that just in case we have to celebrate. We may need to go into the pantry and get some more peanut butter and jelly. I don't actually have any, there is no Kraken to mix with that. Although on the plus side, there I felt, I do think that would taste a bit better than the rum waffles. Well, first of all, the Kraken is like 94 proof. This is not 94 proof. I don't even think it's 70 proof. I think it's not even 50. So it's not as high octane as the Kraken to start with. Also, too, I'm thinking, I'm not so sure that peanut butter waffles are fantastic, but I think they're a little bit better, more edible. Just throwing that out there, too. Now, what I might try to do is, let's see if we can get a couple. No, that's not looking like a chip or anything there. What the? Either get in with the dark, or maybe we just do that. I think that is just easier. Just gonna get rid of that. What you doing on your face? Let me see if we can get something with this one eye over here. Come on. I think there's 2 of these guys where we can actually see their eyes. Or is there... No, there's more than that. Actually, there's only 2 guys we can't see their eyes. Okay, so let's make a little adjustment here. Let's get some eyes on him that are easier to see. There we go. What about our little skelly friend there? Again, our little skelly friends, those are from Make It Epic Basing. So yeah, Nerifel, the legendary rum waffles, right? That's where we were trying to get something to eat right before starting a stream, and I had made some waffles, and then I went to put the syrup on there, and I said, wow, this syrup is, I've never seen syrup flow like this. Also, I never had syrup that was quite so pungent, because yeah, that wasn't maple syrup. That just happened to be 94 proof rum, and that's when you find out just how absorbent waffles are. I would pretty much say that half of the stack was completely obliterated. Yeah, I tried taking one bite out of like layer 2, and that almost your head almost got blown off. So I said, well, let's go to the bottom of the stack here. So he's got some eyes. This guy's gonna need some. So yeah, the legendary rum waffles. Don't be hasty, little hobbits, especially when you're trying to make yourself waffles right before a stream. So for all you young players out there, that is not a veteran play. Don't be a hasty hobbit. Look before you pour, because believe it or not, especially when it's a dark kitchen, you'd be surprised at how similar bottles can look when you're in that much of a hurry and you're just like, oh, and the bottles just happen to be right next to each other also. Yeah, that's another pro tip. Again, this is a cuisine channel after all. This is unusual cuisine advice here, but yes. Keep the rum and the syrup well separated. Yeah, Sectorix, those were the most high-powered waffles ever made, I think. There's those are dwarven waffles, I think. Yeah, that's it. Those are dwarf waffles. Either that or they're pirate waffles. Yeah, maybe they're pirate waffles. So we got another eye over there. And as we're not even at 4 hours yet. Again, we got 6 of these going on, right? Let me see. I actually have to expand out just to get all 6 of them in there. But yeah, there's 6 of them we've been working on. And again, they started out with nothing. There was no paint on them whatsoever. And technically, there's 8 figures because we got 2 entire dwarves that we're also painting. So the dwaffles, that's a new thing, dwaffles. Just grabbed myself a cough drop there because apparently the voice is going to be, well, I was trying to film a video earlier today and also had to, I was on the phone with Kathy's family. So we used the voice quite a bit. Now, somehow, I was trying to get some of the cracks over on these stones over here. As we welcome in Muffy. How you doing there, Muffy? Nice to see you. Everybody, please give Muffy a follow if you could. So, Muffy, I'm sure that the stream was great. Hopefully your stream last night was very good. We're painting some more of our Moria Goblins here. So remember years ago when we did these? I think we did 15 Goblins and a 12.5 hour stream. We're working on 6 of them here. Yeah, working on 6 of these little guys with the object source lighting, everything else. And last night's stream, still sticking with Moria here. Oh, looky here, little Moria dragon, just a teensy little dragon. Yeah, there's there's a size comparison right there. And the night before that, no Moria army is complete without Benny the Balrog right there. So yeah, we painted him up on our Thursday stream. Hey there, Peppa, how you doing? And of course, Mafia, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, like always, go ahead, share that in the chat. Gonna try and get some maybe on here too. Also over there. Thanks so much, Peppa. I appreciate that. It's a wee bit of a change from sort of the more multicolored effect of the Nazgul. This was our Monday stream here, so a bit of more of a nautical theme, and there we go. That's the Knight of Umbar right there. A little different glow color there. All of our ring wraiths we've been trying to do is kind of different individual glow on them, because each one has a different theme. We started out with the Betrayer. That's for our Harad army. Now for I have to look and see now with the Undying. I don't have any. Oh, that's right. I was gonna do like a sand bed. That would be for the Betrayer. But I think, what did we end up doing for him base-wise? Well, I think, oh, that's right, he was on a bunch of rocks. So there was no way to get the sand there. I definitely appreciate that, Mafi. Yes, kind of hungry here too, so get yourself some chow. Thanks again for the raid. Appreciate that. And everybody, please give Mafi a follow if you could. We are using oil paints here. These are traditional artist oil paints. So nothing, they're not some miniature company or whatever, just regular oils from just Windsor Newton, Gamlin, Richardson, and Williamsburg. Those are the brands of choice. And of course, you do not need to get a whole ton of different colors. You can do an awful lot of damage with even just 10. I might have a dozen out on the palette. I don't even know if I have that many. May not even have 12 of them out here on the palette. I don't really use a ton. Sometimes there's specialty colors. Hey there, Emerald, how you doing? So actually here, geez, we haven't shown these in quite some time. Speaking of armies on parade, now I want to scroll past it because we haven't been to these scenes in quite some time. So bear with me here. I have to kind of take a look at where. There they are. So there we go. So there's some golden demons there. Those also are from Games Day. Those things on the left and right hand side, that's from the art contest. Those were fun. And there we go. There's our armies on parade. That's Bobo's trophy right there. That was my Lizardman army. So that was my Army's Own Parade trophy there. And that was for, oh, wait a minute. We almost, there we go. That was for our Lizardman army here. And all that mostly scratch sculpted. Oh, look, even at the Games Day here, there's Sticky Wicket. That was the general of the army. And of course, here's the army display board again. That was our armies on parade there. And I think, let's see, my Mage Priest, the unit of Cold One Riders. I know those guys. Oh, and the Carnosaur. This also got a. Where the heck is he? Where is he at? No, that's the that's the Balrog there. That's not the Carnosaur. Did I already scroll past him? I think I did. Where is he at? There he is. So yeah, he also got. Oh look, object source slating on the Carnosaur. Whoops, scroll past my scene. There we are. That's where we need to go. Now I'm gonna. Hmm. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go a little lighter here with the. Here it is. Let me try this here. Catch a couple of the edges on this stone here. There we go. Oh, and then I. Oh, was there? No, this is not. This is not the same one. But we did an Imri Hill. That's right. That was another one. It wasn't this Imri Hill conversion, but geez, did I already scroll past him? Yes, I think I did. So he's around here somewheres. No, I guess well, we won't keep looking for him. But that was another. That's one of our Lord of the Rings entries at a Games Day. I think that was a silver, something like that. Catching more of the light right there. Sector X, I don't think so. Nope, not any of the golden demons. It was. Let me see. But oh well. Now of course the Resin Beast with our conquest stuff. That was also at Adepticon. Where's my conquest writers here? Oh, of course, some what was they? Crystal brushes. That's right. I think I've already slid right past that. Somewhere, where's our conquest stuff here? That's around here. So I know I scrolled past it the other day. I actually clicked on it the other day. Where are you hiding? You're around here somewhere. There it is. So it was these. We did and we streamed those. That was very fun. And those got first place in the unit category. So sadly, Sector X, yeah, all of the Golden Demon stuff kind of went away here for quite some time. It would have been so much easier. Holy smokes. So much easier doing that now. Of course, these, sadly, these were dead on arrival because unless you're doing basically official GW canon, yeah, you can't have a create your own Space Marine chapter. I mean, you can enter them. You can't win anything. You can't even get like what is that like the the what are they, the pins for first cut or something, I don't know, whatever they call them. You can't even get those. So yeah, that's we didn't know that. That's one of those unwritten rules that would be handier if it was written down somewhere, because then you would know. But yeah, that's once I kind of found out about that, I said, well, we'll just we can do other stuff. We can do other things. And that's all good, no problem. Now, actually, the dwarves that I based in this video here, those are also for Resin Beast, and we will be doing a series of videos on again another creature caster figure that I'm doing for, was it the large creature entry? Yes, again, you can enter it. They'll never say, oh, you can't put that in, but the unwritten rule is, well, that's not That is not a approved Space Marine approved Space Marine chapter, so you cannot you're not eligible to win anything. Because that was the surprise, is that we put these in there, and finalist pin. I think that's what you get. Yeah, these got absolutely nothing, and that's when I found out after the fact that yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, Nerryville. I think that was a couple. Whoa, that must have been 2022. Yeah, that's it. That was in 2022 when I found that out. Which, of course, that was my primary entry into the Golden Demon. That was my first chance to do it. And again, it's their contest, their choice, right? That's all their choice. No big deal. And there's plenty of other really neat ones that you can do. Again, like the creature caster one. And I will be painting up. Gosh, what is that? I don't remember what the heck his name is, but again, there's a couple of creature caster ones. Sorry to mention that, Nerifel, because I know that you know what it's the pain of trying to assemble the resin ones. I had the advantage of these being 3D printed, so yeah, didn't have to quite suffer so much. Uh, yeah, Nerifel, we will see. The door. Well, the doors were all one piece. I think. I think the doors were all one piece. Now, I think I've actually assembled. Now, one of them looks just like a fell beast. I mean, he literally looks like a Nazgul on a fell beast. And I was Pyrion or something like that. I forget what the heck his name is. And then there's another one that's kind of on a winged, like a more of a feathered type creature. Let me see if I can chuck in a little bit more of our source light over there. Let's do this right here. Yeah, let's lighten up those a little. And now this too, we're going to hit these. So yeah, doing the 3D printing stuff was, that's a whole different ball of wax there. Because, well, first of all, the parts aren't warped, because I'm pretty sure half of the parts that you were dealing with were warped in some way, right, Nerifil? Which already makes it almost impossible, because there's no dry fitting stuff, right? There we go. We see that little bit along the edge there. Oh, we can definitely get some lighter stuff on the, let's do that over here. Let's do that here. And there's a bunch of this stuff that could use some of our lighter colors here. Come on. Down there too. Yeah, Nerifil, that was, well, when you were showing me some of the pictures then, I just thought, do you remember when Drax was trying to assemble, I don't know if it was the Queen of Onslaught or something like that. I don't know if it was the Queen of Cheetos or if it was another one of the Queens of whatever. But he actually gave up. Literally on stream, he just said, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. It was on stream, and he just said, nope, nope, that's the end of this. So scrap metal, again, that's that whole the unwritten rule thing, right? It's just okay. Just let us know. That's all we want. Just let us know what the deal is. There we go. Now, unfortunately, there's just don't really have the time to be doing contests. I can do the the Creature Caster one, since I can just print out the stuff, don't have to try and assemble a bunch of things, and of course I can turn that into tutorial vids. So that's one of the reasons I've been doing those. I was going to be doing conquest figures for the contest, but I don't think they're part of that anymore. We will be getting back to painting conquest on stream. I think I have more Nords. Yes, I do. I have the Huskarls. I mean, it is winter, and hopefully we have a real winter, right, Nerifel? None of this 50, 60 degrees or something like that in January, or 70 degrees in February. No more of that malarkey. Want me a genuine winter? Now, Armored Wolf is sitting there going, yeah, well, don't hope for 115 inches for us again in November worth of snow. Or was it more than that, Armored Wolf? I couldn't remember. It was 114, 115, or if it was if it was actually more than that. And in fact, that wasn't just. I don't even think that was at the end of November. I think there was a couple of days at the end of November where there was no snow. So it actually happened probably by like November 29th. Nerifil, just the temperature. Yeah, not so much with the snow. I mean, I love me some snow. But I just want it to be normal cold again because, well, first of all, my printer will be much happier. And it doesn't have to be 25 below. It just has to be, again, let's just have high temperatures in the low 30s. Maybe overnight lows in the low 20s, high teens. Nothing tragic, just normal. Oh, Dan, just trying to find a little bit of some lights on the underside here. So the little scopy blocks there. That's the regular super scopy. That is not the gray extra firm, which is this over here. Not quite the same thing. Is this gonna work? Well, it would if we grab some more of this fast matte and mix it with the Van Dyke Brown, I think. Maybe a little bit more of a fast matte white. Hopefully that's not too late now. Nerifil, November, there was a couple of years, actually, it was when we were going to the bunker, the old GW store, in November, there was just ice storms all the time. To the point where vehicles would be covered in an inch or so of ice, and you couldn't get inside them. Well, not without breaking your door handles off. That's for sure. But of course, now we are equipped with a roof rake, and as soon as I got the roof rake, there was no more snow. And I think there's some folks out there going, what in the world is a roof rake? That is a device for getting rid of excess snow on your roof, mostly to prevent ice jams. There's probably folks out there, what the heck are ice jams? This is a home improvement channel. I think I still even have this picture on here somewheres. Where is this thing? There it is. Yeah, that's an ice jam. That's about 11 inches of ice. That's me on the roof. That is me on the roof with a hammer, trying to hammer that away, not destroy the new roof. Because, yes, the vents, well, they were placed differently on the roof than they had been. Yeah, it can't make up its mind, right, Nerifel? So, yes, that was a no bueno thing, being up on the roof dealing with the ice jams. Because remember, snow is a very good insulator. That means that the heat from your house eventually is going to start kind of leaching into that snow, and it's going to start melting it. And that's going to cause that, well, the water's not coming out the gutter because that's full of ice. So if you have a whole bunch of icicles hanging off your gutters, that might look really neat. That is not something that you want. You can get these little electric cords that you put on your roof about 18 inches away from your gutters, and what that does is it melts the snow right around the gutters. Just provides enough heat just to melt that snow. Again, these are home improvement tips. We don't just cover college football, the NFL, Aussie rules football, and sumo. We cover, we do everything here. It's also a cuisine channel. Cooking tips, recipes, you name it, it's here. Whether it's cookies or Sculpey clay, we have all the best cooking tips available in the miniature painting world. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just posted the latest video yesterday. We will be filming a brand new video later today. That will probably go up on Tuesday, I'm thinking. I need to get something lighter on it. Let me try this here. That is the radiant green. Okay, we've done a little bit there. Let me see if I can give him an eye or something. Do that here. Give me some of that fast matte white over here. Ooh, that's too much thinner. that would just be a pin line wash down in there. We don't want that. We don't want that. There's an eye for him. There's an eye for an eye. His fingers over here. Some kind of... Okay, fine. We'll do the darker stuff. That just might... Yep, that's what we went in doubt. Make things darker. Over here is it? Well, first, blending brush. So that was a little bit of brush stroke maintenance there. I wasn't really blending. What I was actually doing was just getting rid of excess paint, and that's why that's so smooth. You don't see the brush strokes there. We are going to do that here. See, we got that hard ending right. Look at that. Hashtag no layers, right? Just went like that. Oh, you know what? We might need to get some more of our orange over here. Let me take some of this, maybe on that chainmail. Also this. Less of the yellow there. A little bit more orange there, and maybe some more on this cloak. However, there's your scarlet. That's what I'm looking for. Now, we drop it there. Oh, fine. We'll use this as a micro blending brush. And then here, look at that. See, we're just gonna spread that around. Hashtag no layers. Or I could have to mix a color, paint that layer on there. Hopefully, it's gonna be near enough to what's already there. And I could do another one, and then another one, and then another one. Or I could just drop that one blob of paint there, and then just take that blending brush. It's a brush that has no paint on it, and just mix them together. That would be the easy way. That would be the easy way, and that's the way that we like. We like things the easy way, right, Nerifel? It's the easy way or the highway. Let me try and get a little bit of my dark over there. I mean, he is in shadow Right, that goblin's standing over him, so maybe not. Oh, of course, this being an old plastic miniature, a mold line runneth through the hand, because, of course. Was that a Reaper figure, Nerifel? Uh, it's one of those things where I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember if that was, say, a Reaper figure. It could have been. I think it was a Reaper figure. Now, I don't know if it was one of the original painting pyramid vids, or was that one of our sessions, like say one of our like that virtual Reaper con. Augustinius, how you doing? Happy Sunday, Augustinius. Thank you so much for being here. So yeah, I just well, there's been so few dwarf figures. Actually, Nerifeld. That's why I'm trying to. Oh, here's another thing where we gotta. Maybe I'll use this as a blending brush here. So right over here, see a whole bunch of brush strokes there. Look at this. We're gonna just do a little tap, tap, tap. Look at this. See how that's all gone? What we were doing again was getting rid of the extra paint that was kind of piled in there, and that creates those weird little lines that you see them, and that's where it kind of reveals the brush strokes there. So thanks for joining us there, Augustinius. We've been painting a whole bunch of these guys. We've been painting 6 of them tonight. 4 hours and 10 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. I don't know if you had a chance to see the dragon that we painted last night. Big old dragon. Well, technically a baby dragon. I mean, well, he's not a baby dragon, but he's a smaller one. He's certainly not Balrog sized, or Smaug sized. That's what I'm thinking. He's definitely not the size of Smaug. He's maybe a third the size of Smaug, because that's about what his base is. His base is about the third the size of Smaug's base. I do have Smaug printed out. He's printed out. I will be doing a series of videos on him, and we'll be utilizing the oil paints too on him. Now, I think up here yeah, see the orange one a little too far up there. Let's take some of that away here. Nope, this stuff. There it is. It's our bluish gray. That's gonna go here a little bit. And a little over there. And now let's go for some lighter stuff, but more with the bluish gray theme here. Now, Augustinius, I've never actually seen an anime movie, so how would you say it? I can't judge it against, oh, is it good anime or is it mediocre anime or whatever. It looks, well, I like it because it does look like actual, Medjugorje. It looks, when you see a Mumak, it looks like a Mumak, right? So I'm kind of hoping that that's gonna be a very nifty thing to see. Again, I have not really seen any anime, so again, it would be unfair for me to say, well, that's really great anime, or it's mediocre, or in between. But it looks neat. Again, it's weird that will be my first anime experience. That's the one thing about it. And of course, Augustinius, I don't know if you've seen all of the Games Workshop Lord of the Rings stuff, which obviously is going to be based on that now. Also, the War of the Rohirrim movies. I wonder if that's when we see new plastic goblins from GW, is when the Hunt for Gala movies come out. Because I'm guessing that somehow some kind of Moria slash Khazad-dûm thing would be involved. Touch. Oh yeah, up here too. Same thing up there. Let's do this, this, and this. A little more of that over here. So yeah, Augustinians, it's funny because they released a new supplement. It was Rise of Angmar, which literally was dead on arrival because it doesn't matter. They're redoing the game. I mean, it may not be quite the same as when they first started it back in 2001, but it's going to be pretty close to that. And that just tells me that they got that license. They weren't quite sure they were going to get it. And they did, and that's probably why they need to make all these changes. Because there's probably some kind of agreement signed or whatever that says, well, this has to look this way, it has to be this way. Because that's kind of what happened with the first one. Hey, welcome back there, Irid. Great to see you again. So we continue here with our gobos and their little dwarf buddies. I was gonna go a little later there up on the top of our little gobbo, but I think we'll just wait on that. Again, working on 6 different goblin figures. 4 hours and 16 minutes ago, those 6 figures had no paint on them. They had something in common: no paint at all. Now, Irid, that is something I'm looking forward to myself. Again, that is going to be a post-stream activity, amongst a whole bunch of other things. Again, getting ready for tomorrow. Let me try. Yeah, here we go. Lighten this up too. Now that's all sort of in shadow. We won't mess with that. This, however, I'm going to do a little changeola here. We're going to get this, some of the radiant green in there. I'm going to try this here too. Let me see what happens. We mix some of this. That is some of our brown ochre into that. Or we try this perline black and... Ooh, and there we go. That is kind of like a sap green. That's sort of like a sap green here. Now we'll try and lighten that with a little bit of this. Alright. Let me see. No problem there, Nerifel. Go ahead. Sorry, I just... there's a whole bunch of messages just popped up all of a sudden there. And I had to get down to the bottom of them. Let me get that little bit of light there. Also right in there. Now, in here. And over there, think we need to get some more of our orange on that. So we'll wander over here to this. Ah, see, if I had tried doing that, oh gosh, even as recently maybe like an hour ago, that would not have adhered there. It just kind of bounced off of there. And that's about being a patient. Patient like an ant, not a hasty little hobbit. Don't be hasty little hobbitses. Let's work some of this in here again with that lighter orange. Some of it there. Alright, I think that takes care of that, but over here we need a little something down there. There's kind of nothing there. Oh, it's this guy with his pokey stick there and this stuff over here. I almost need to make that a little less yellow, but then we need to get more of our lighter orange up here, and then that up there we have to actually take away some of the oranges. So we're gonna kind of go back and forth here. We're gonna take away some and add some in other places, like here. We're gonna take some of that away because it's really difficult for it to actually reach there, that orange part of the glow. I think if I just do this right on the edges of the armor, that might just seal the deal. Also, right there, yeah. So now that doesn't look quite so much like it's just got object source light on it. That's good. Now here's an area where I could try and get some of my lighter orange, I think. So Landrest, hopefully the game has been fun. I know that that was you were doing that instead of the usual RPG stuff. The pictures look really amazing. And of course, hello to everybody there. Let's see, it's well, I think you're probably done with that game now that it's what, 1:14 out there. Ah, glad that was super fun, Landrast. Yeah, that was some really nifty stuff there. Down here, let me lighten this up. Okay, I hope that's not too much. Catching a few more lights underneath there. So yeah, what I didn't realize it was 3:15 here. Again, I realized it was a later start. So we're at 4 hours and 22 minutes here. There we go with this little dead dwarf buddy. Or maybe he's just sleeping. Maybe he's not actually dead. Who knows? Catch a little row here of some light on the armor. Maybe a little something right there, and then over there. We need to do a bit of cleanup here on this guy. It wouldn't make him look quite so much like a rat. He's looking very rat-like there. Not sure what we want to do with the rest of his helmet there. I wonder if oh rust that well. Do we have some? Yes, I think that's asphaltum right there. Looks like it. We'll take this. We're gonna really thin that down big time here. And then blammo those things. Maybe even stain the rock there. I didn't want to do too much of our regular rust because that's going to end up looking an awful lot like our lighting effect. Okay, and maybe we just got to stop right there with the rusty stuff. Now, Indian yellow also, let me hear more of that, more of the asphaltum, the helmet here. Up there. Sure, let's take out some of that back there. Okay. More like it. So, Skelly friend here, we need to get rid of, huge surprise, some of all that orange up there. So we're going to try and neutralize it a little. Back into that with some basically a dry brush is something that's lighter. Let's try this. Oh, another more. Yeah, little more. Okay, that gotta be it. Any more on that, we're just gonna completely nuke whatever source lighting effect we got on that. So let's not do any more on that Skilly friend there. Now the hair up there. I'm gonna try. Oh yeah, see that? We have nothing on that half over there. So we will take our bluish gray. Doesn't have to be super light, but we need a little bit of it here. So that's our non-fire source light color, whatever. Hey there, it's Manuel. Nice to see you again there, it's Manuel. Hope that you're doing well. Happy Sunday. Yeah, and I hope that Sunday has gone well in the early morning hours here for you. Well, at least it's not super early. I mean, what, 9:20? That's not horrendous. I did sort of like the source lighting stuff there, but again, there's really no way that would reach up there. So we took some of that away. Replaced it with, again, more of a greenish tone. Try this. Oh, hopefully it's not too light of a green there. Nah, not too bad. So near and hopefully it's manual. I don't know the work hours are not quite as intense as they were. I just remember what they were like a few years ago with school and such. That was so crazy. That might be a little too much of the gray. Let me try and a little bit more of that up there on his ear. Then on his leg there. I guess it's supposed to be cloth over there, so well, that's his ear. You know, it might do the same thing over here on this side. Less of the orange. Let's have the green. sort of take over there, like you do. That's what Daniel. It was a heck of a day in college sports today. Fantastic day of upsets in football, some near misses. Let's just say that the rankings are going to change dramatically after today. Just as a comparison, it used to be you would play entire seasons and there would be virtually no change at all in the rankings, except maybe a little bit down at the bottom part of the top 25 or whatever. Now there is every week major change. Now here that do we go with more of the object source slating color? I don't think so, which means we're going to take this bluish gray in there. No, oh, gotta go darker. Especially up there, it would not reach up there, that reddish glow. Over here, different story, right? Different story over there. Let me grab this same green here. Yeah, that's some of the Indian yellow, some of the perline black. It makes, for all intents and purposes, kind of a sap green color there. Nope, more light here. We can see that, and that's going to get some of that green over here. Thank you so much, Armin Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, you do the Patreon page thing. You best have a whole lot of popcorn handy because there's over 2,000 hours worth of tutorial videos there. I mean that's our low estimate. That's not a wildly positive or whatever exuberant thought there. No, that's a very conservative estimate. There's probably more like 2,200 hours, but I'm just going to keep it at the lower number. And every month I usually make about 20 hours worth. And we will, again, later today we'll be filming yet another video. Another video, this time using the heavy gloss gel to sculpt a water effect. Because I did that on that one Nazgul, and there wasn't enough time to record it. And this will be my best chance to try and do that again, to try and record for you the process of taking a base and sculpting water on it with the heavy gloss gel and then painting that to look like water. We did do this in a video because that water effect is actually sculpted. You can see it. See, it's got a 3D, a physical effect. That's not just painted on. That was also done with the heavy gloss gel, and that is in one of our painting small scale videos. And also on the Patreon page. There's my, not so much of the green here on the shield. Looking to have, again, a little bit of that bluish color in there. Do I try to put something? Yeah. There's literally nothing down there to paint. Yeah, these are ancient figures here. These go back a minimum. Oh, geez, there's a way bunch of orange up there. We gotta tone that down here. Let me get some of this Maybe the asphaltum and Van Dyke Brown together will do it there. Yeah, that was just a little too much of the orangey stuff far down the line there. No way that glow would be up there. Now we gotta get some cooler colors onto that. We'll just take that same sort of grayish brown like we've been doing on the floor. That'll go up here. There are no mistakes with the oil paints. Oh, there's things like makeup sponges or just painting over it. I know there's folks that would just, if they wanted to make an adjustment to something, they would pretty much just say, no, I'm just going to strip the whole thing. It always makes me sad to hear that because there was probably a lot of nice things that were done on the miniature. There's just maybe a couple of things you don't like. Maybe set it aside for a while so you can. You'd be amazed. You look at it with fresh eyes. You say, you know what? Maybe that part is not as messed up as I thought it was. And of course, everybody's tends to be their own worst critic because they have expectations. They say, this is what I wanted to do. And if it doesn't meet that, they just kind of go, whoop, failure. But unfortunately, it doesn't take into account that nobody else really knows what it was you were trying to do. So they're not really aware that you didn't achieve what you were looking to do. So again, I know it's not so fun for you to look at, say, that is not what I wanted. I wanted more here or more detail in this, whatever. But yeah, don't be too rough on yourself. Okay, he's got his nice little eyes in there. I might try to ice blue, mix it with this green here. Hopefully there's not too much thinner on that. It's borderline. Oh yeah, there was close to being too much thinner on that brush. Now let me see if I can take this white, mix it. Well, okay. We don't want to have a blonde-haired gobbo. Or maybe if he's one of the mimes. One of the mimes of Moria. That's a different goblin army right there. I wonder. How intact is this orange? Okay, that's getting kind of muddied down, but that might not be the worst thing. Because his ear. Okay, some of that over here. His feet. Nah, we won't mess with those anymore. I do still have my little. Well, I don't know what happened to that little circle. This one's kind of on the more intense side, but you can see what we're using, right? To figure out where is our light supposed to hit. You could, shine the light on here. You could take a picture of it. These little balloon lights, they come in all different colors, sizes, shapes, intensity. Some of them are like that one's really bright. The orange one that I can't find, it's probably on the floor somewhere. Well, that one's maybe only about half the power of that. And it's good for maybe if you just want to have like a candlelight glow as opposed to a nuclear weapon explosion glow. Taking her, yeah, a little bit more light right up in there. Can I store a little bit more of my light on the bottom of this? Or I think so. So again, the Monday stream, to keep with our Armada Monday theme, our nautical theme for Mondays. I'm gonna see if I can't create something really fun for the Watcher in the Water. We'll be painting all kinds of water effects on that. We'll be definitely breaking out a lot of the turquoise, and I probably will put some splash stuff even after the fact. So after the Watcher in the Water stream is where it's all dry. We did that same thing with our werewargs, our conquest werewargs. You can check those out on the Instagrams. Also in our past sessions here. I'm going to just maybe catch a couple little edges right there if there are nothing tense. Just a little something right there. Thanks, Doji. Appreciate that. So yeah, Doji, I'm looking forward to being able to film that video tomorrow. Well, first thing I gotta do is get that critter assembled. So that will be interesting because he has a whole bunch of tentacles and I have no reference pictures. So I'm just gonna have to do the Google search and say Kurzlik Watcher in the Water and see what pops up. Because, yeah, there was a whole lot of separate tentacle parts to print out since it's kind of a giant squid or a kraken type of monster or whatever. Let me see what we have here. Not that. Well, we'll try this here. That's got a little hints of the green in there. So great to see you again there, Doji. And well, hopefully, well, if you want to post your links again there, and again, your the new project is looking really great. And of course, the diorama is fantastic. Let me see. So I think what we'll do is we'll head over Hixie's way. That's what we'll do. Yeah, Doji, and well, that I think well the Severus blue. That's a very powerful blue. It is going to be shiny though. After doing those conquest Valkyries with it, yeah, it's definitely going to have some shine to it. I knew that from the old color charts, but boy, oh boy, yeah, there was definitely some shine from that. Somebody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Let me get my, yeah, some more light on there. Over here too. Yeah, okay. So I think we're going to head over Hixie's way because we still have hours of stuff to do to get ready for tomorrow. I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Thanks again for the follows because I think we are just 2 away now. We're just 2 follows away. So who knows, maybe our next stream we'll be able to celebrate the 9K follower with a cavalcade of characters. So thanks again, Armored Wolf. I really appreciate that. Let's do a quick little review here of our 6 gobos. So there's the first 2. There's 2 more. And there's 2 more. So 6 gobos in 4 hours 43 minutes. And a level 3 hype train. I'm going to get the raid countdown underway here. So again, thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate that. It's been really it's been a wild week of Moria stuff. Yes, indeed. So well, we're going to continue that with our Watcher in the Water on Monday. So thanks again, everybody.